they're making, right? You can YouTube pilots showing you like the inputs that the trim settings are making.
I'm not
Like a
claiming that they
mystery.
don't trim. I'm not claiming they can't trim. Like they can bank sideways. They can do whatever they want. I'm asking how it is if it lost its original conserved momentum of 500 miles per hour eastward, but now by the time it gets to the equator, it's going to have to be still moving eastward with the Earth to treat it as stationary. But it lost its original momentum, and it's going to need more. If it needs 500 more than it started with, and it lost that 500 that it had to begin with. So it'd be 1,000 miles an hour backwards tangential velocity that the plane would have to be pushed by this force that you're calling very small, such a small force that would have to be pushing the plane backwards faster than it's actually moving, because it's going 500 miles per hour forwards as well. So that's quite a force that would have to do that, and there's no explanation on your side, really isn't. Just saying they trim and like, oh, it must work, or the atmosphere does it automatically, or following the path does it, or I mean you can say all those things, but none of them comport for moving the plane backwards faster than it's forward as a force that they wouldn't even notice or know anything about.
You don't double count.
Zanuck.
Though it's not like you has to overcome 500 miles an hour one way and then go 500 miles an hour the other way. It's like, yeah, it's not like you don't double count it. It's just you're going 500 miles an hour one way, and then you have to move along with the rate that the Earth is spinning. So you use the trim, or you fly the airplane one way, or the air resistance helps, and it kind of forces it the
So
other
the
way.
pilot does this consciously?
Well, when a pilot's flying a plane, I mean, if they're not using an autopilot, it's like just a constantly like adjusting the stick, like moving, heading in a right direction. Like it's not like
Right,
the
but
amount
the
would be
pilot
so
is the
small.
pilot ever thinking that he should keep up with the spin of the Earth ever?
Well, no, he's not. I mean, I don't think any pilot would be thinking that. But what he is thinking is, okay, I need to be heading towards that mountain range. So I'm moving towards that mountain range. And if, I mean, to be honest, the amount that the force is pushing the plane around is far less than the wind. So he's constantly aiming for that mountain range,
Yeah,
and
but
built
even
in within
but
that.
you heard the scenario. It would have to be pushed back 500 miles per hour as if it were in sync with the Earth by the atmosphere. It's not even in sync with the Earth. So how does that happen?
So 500 miles an hour. If you go, I think if you start from the North Pole and then go to the equator, but not if you're doing like and if you are flying a plane in that distance, it'll be like, an 8-hour flight. So that's how it slowly kind of builds up over a long period of time. Like
You're saying it's slowly building up a backwards momentum that's faster than it's going forwards in the opposite direction.
So if you're at the equator and then you go north, you lose momentum. If you're at the North Pole, you have to gain momentum. Yeah. But anyway,
Well, that'd be a huge thing. It'd be dangerous if the pilot were out of sync. So this would be something you'd think they would train them just in case they did get out of sync, which is totally possible because all of these things seem like you're taking faith that it just happens somehow. You don't even have an explanation for how it happens.
No, it's not. It's not. Like, so if a pilot did absolutely nothing, like I said, or actually I posted a link that shows this. All that will happen is, I mean, to be honest, like with planes, it's very small because of the air. Like I was saying, the air resistance kind of corrects it for it as well to help you out with that. But like if you essentially what will happen is you'll just sort of veer off slowly in one direction. It's not going to be a big deal. And if that does happen,
but you said
then
it would be a big deal. You said it'd be a big deal if it was out of sync with the Earth. It wouldn't be able to land safely. That would be a big deal. And you're not explaining how it stays in perfect sync with the Earth. So it's a big deal.
Yeah, no, that was in like the context of a hypothetical situation in which it's a vacuum, and then all of a sudden you turn on air resistance, and it just like forces you instantly to go backwards, to head in the direction that the Earth is spinning.
But wait, are you taking into consideration the actual scenario? Because Zanuck said it would lose its 500 miles per eastward tangential velocity just by going west. So it's lost its original conserved momentum. Now it needs to be 500 miles per hour more than where it started off from. So it would be 1,000 essentially if it did lose all of that. But even if it was just 500, it would have to be moving backwards and at directly eastward tangential velocity to treat the Earth as stationary. It'd have to be in perfect sync with the Earth backwards because it's going southwest. You get it?
I don't know. I think now we're going in circles, so I don't want to talk about this anymore. Not because I'm talking to you. It's just I think
do you understand the question though? Do you understand if it's lost its momentum and it still needs 1,000 by the time it gets to the equator, that It would be in the opposite direction of which it's flying, so it wouldn't work.
If a plane's heading towards the equator, it
West,
has
southwest.
west, southwest.
Yeah, picture Chicago to LA. Just like imagine LA's at the equator, Chicago's 500 miles per hour latitude, right? So it flies
Anyway.
straight to LA, but now it has to go backwards faster than it's going forwards because the LA's moving faster than where it started off from. LA's moving 1,000 miles an hour. The plane's only moving 500.
Oh,
And
that is
there's another problem because it flies straight there, right? And if it flies straight there, that wouldn't really be the way it works because LA is moving faster. It would cut down south and just meet LA where it's going to be. Because after 4 hours, LA is going to be more where Chicago started off at that latitude, right? It's moving towards Chicago or towards the plane. So it would actually cut down, and then it'd still have a problem because it would have to accelerate sideways with the Earth as it's slowing down to land, no matter what. And it wouldn't be able to do that because there's no sideways jets like Zanuck was talking about with the spaceship on the moon, right? It doesn't work. It's not the same thing. So the only real solution is at a stationary level, just like it seems, and just like all pilots are trained to deal with. Otherwise, there would be special training just in case any of these things may come up. And you can't say there's no chance it would come up. Like you're putting all your faith in the atmosphere, and that doesn't even answer it. A small wind is going to push it backwards faster than forwards. A small wind.
Yeah, over the course of a long period of time. But I think I've spoken too much about this. So I don't really want to.
Well, I know you. It sounds like you're reading from the script or Wikipedia. I mean, but you go deeper into it. There's no answers.
From a single thing once.
No, it is exactly the answer most people give it when they first encounter this argument, and then they don't have anything better than that. So I guess it is your best argument to say it just happens. You don't know how.
Well, I mean, I've explained.
The wind pushes the plane backwards. Okay, your official answer.
I think
your official answer is that the wind pushes the plane backwards faster than it's moving forwards. If that's your answer, if that's what you think happens, and the pilot has no idea that's happening, that'd be strange. It'd be strange if the pilot wasn't aware of that happening, because he's like got a lot of people's lives in his hands, right?
Yeah.
Like it would be important for him to know exactly how fast the Earth is turning compared to the plane, so that he can always be in sync with it, which is impossible anyway once you're in the air, because the atmosphere is not in sync. The pilot never consciously tries to make the plane in sync. It's going to be out of sync with the Earth as soon as it gets in the air, technically, because it's up higher than the Earth. It would automatically have to be moving sideways faster than it's moving forwards, which planes aren't made to do. So I don't blame you for not wanting to argue anymore about it, because there's no answer on your side.
Good.
Well, no, wait, no,
Like
there is. Really quick, just to respond to what he was saying, and then I promise I'll mute myself here. But from my perspective, it's not. I don't think I have no answer to all the things you've said. I think I've said my perspective on this a few times now. I just don't want to say it again. But I will say, based on what you're saying in terms of like, oh, there's huge risk. I mean, why don't they train pilots to deal with this sort of thing? Based on those comments that you're making, I don't think you understand my perspective. But we can just agree to move on from this. I think. I mean, not that I haven't enjoyed talking to you about this, but
Well, but you admitted it would be a big problem if they were out of sync. So why are you saying they shouldn't be trained? Like that's a surprise to you. Like why would you have to train these guys to deal with a problem that could be a problem? Why is that?
I don't think it would
you're saying I don't understand.
I don't think it would be it would never be a problem. And if you don't see that, then you don't understand what I'm saying to you. I think I understand what you're saying though. Like why, as soon as you take off, why isn't it just why doesn't the ground just move? You're not in sync anymore. Really, what's going on, like I said, is the air and the plane itself and everything is already moving. It has the same velocity as the surface of the Earth. So say if
no,
you're not.
It doesn't though. It's fluid dynamics. Remember, fluid dynamics is not that no baller that's been around for a while will claim it's in perfect lockstep. And it would have to be accelerating faster at the higher layers to keep the plane moving faster with the Earth, because once you go up to a certain altitude, it's a bigger circle than the ground circle. So then to stay as if it were just like the hot air balloon, like hovering right above us and not moving, they would have to accelerate faster, like I said before to you, and there's no force there that's making the upper atmosphere move faster to push the plane in such a way, or the hot air balloon in such a way that it's just like this illusion of completely like staying in perfect sync, right? Because the air is not in perfect sync. Otherwise, we'd feel like a crosswind eastward all the time that would be pushing these things perfectly. Why don't we always feel like an eastward crosswind, that would be moving these things perfectly along with, if that was the claim. But it's not. You don't have a claim. It doesn't work. I mean, it breaks the model. I don't know if you're willing to admit that or if you're exploring that option. Like we talked a few times, and I think that this is one of those that, you know, I think it's hard to continue believing that the Earth spins once you realize it doesn't work with the planes, in my opinion. Maybe you're not ready to go there.
All right, I think we'll just leave it at that. But nice to talk to you. I think I'm going to watch that video about the stars and the plane to see. That sounds kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, that's another problem.
Yeah, I'm going to see that and then I'll come back. But nice.
Yeah, good talking with you. Take care, man.
New perspective. What's up, buddy?
Dominated.
I was listening for a bit now, and oh, I'm probably not coming through.
Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Let the guy go.
I thought you were asking me something.
Yeah, I wanted to, but obviously no one else heard me. Maybe only you can hear me, but yeah, we can do it.
I can hear you. No. Somebody just was making a comment about him being dominated, and he left.
Cool. So yeah, I'm starting to try understand both sides of things, and when I was listening to this conversation, I think I understand where he's coming from, and after watching, for instance, the principle, I understand that there's no actual proof yet for a heliocentric model, but I understand how it could possibly work with the Coriolis. So
Talking about
this
Willis.
discussion that you had. Yeah.
How do you explain it? I mean, did you hear the scenario?
No,
Like
it's
the
fine.
plane would have to be moving backwards faster than forwards to get to like the 1,000 miles an hour that it needs eastward, tangential velocity for, and it would have to accelerate backwards by an unknown force that the pilot's not even aware of. How does that make sense to you?
I think let's have this discussion in private sometime when there's no interruptions.
Yeah, you know what? I've got to go because I have an interview in 15 minutes. So,
all good.
Yep. I'll talk to you guys soon.
What we have here is a failure to communicate.
Yep.
Well, one thing's for sure, it's not about language. It's not about definitions. I mean, there's a lot of things it's not about.
Yep.
Like when you get off of Discord and out of debate and into real world. I mean, I guess we could define measurement still, what we call a measurement or not. I guess it's still mired in language. So I had this idea that back in the days of, let's say, a caveman, if you lived alone, or let's just say an Indian, or any solitary person who grew up in the country, who had a shit together, you know, learned everything, lived well, lived a balanced life, lived in harmony, you know, with nature and the animals. Would they even have a name for things? They'd be aware of what a bear was and what a tree was, but would there be a name for it? And it's really only until you went to interact with others that you would look to give it a name or a definition. Otherwise, it was just your world. You didn't really give it names. You know, your cat probably doesn't know your name. You know, and it probably doesn't know what a door is called either, but it's aware of them. So all this assignment of names was really words were for people to communicate. And at first, it's really dramatically exciting. Yes, no, you know, that kind of shit. But later on, it does cause a lot of confusion where not all things have exact definitions. And in our case, I think there's more to science than mainstream science, and that there's undefined part of nature in our world that I don't think is just going to go away by calling it quantum. You know, maybe it's quantum magic. You know, maybe it's magic with a K. I'm not sure, but it seems that the spiritual world does operate at a different place that we might call a different realm or a different dimension. We always forget that we were taught that everything operates at different frequencies. So maybe this world as we know it is just at one frequency that we're all sharing, or a range that we're sharing.
Willis, what you talking about?
Well, are we still creating? Is creation over with? Are we still creating? Are you a creator as well? Are we co-creating by intermixing our thoughts, or is this all? I don't think talk is empty. You know, I think that focus can make a difference. I'm trying to get people to see that we might be looking with hydrogen at the age of oil, you know, the end of oil, the age of oil disappearing, and that might be the paradigm shift that we've been looking for. And maybe with free energy, we may have the end of this sort of monopoly game that's been going on since at least World War II, if not forever. But it'd be awesome if we were in a state of prosperity for humans instead of like profit. It's a big difference. Even though it feels the same, like things are going well, but profit doesn't make prosperity for the human race.
Dan, I've considered creating and experiencing both present continuous tenses at the same time as a collective consciousness. It's everyone at once as a consciousness. So it's all present continuous tense, creating and experiencing at the same time.
It seems like the people that hid in the mountains of Tibet had known something about our world. It seems that there was one of the few places you could retreat from what was going on elsewhere in the world. And they seem to have their shit together to the point where everyone got a little excited about them, you know, needing to, I don't know, eradicate the monks for having too much, you know, maybe for having knowledge.
Yeah, I'm busy doing a TEFL course. I feel that teaching the English language would be helpful for countries that don't speak English as a first language. And I've learned a lot of the English language myself just doing the TEFL course. I'm still doing. I'm halfway through it at the moment, but in the studies has taught me that some languages don't use tenses the same as we use in English, which I found interesting, especially in the Asian languages, and which tells me that, in a sense, with language, the way we're communicating is time as being as a concept. Um, the way we use our tenses is marking events happening in a timeline, but some cultures don't see it or don't experience it that way, and they don't communicate that way, which is absolutely fascinating. It's something I'm learning at the moment. Surely when I'm done with my TEFL course, I'll understand it better. But yeah, absolutely fascinating.
It appears that humans are very young in their maybe adolescence. I remember somebody saying computers were just in their adolescence, since they're really not integrated into the home yet and into every portion of our lives. That we're really just figuring out what to do with them. So this AI step is a big step in that, and us trying to figure out what to do with information. Even, you know, once you have language put down into information, we got to figure out what to do with it, right? What do we do with this knowledge?
The computers are entering the bratty teenage years. It's going to be hell.
Yeah, my hard drive was out drinking last night. Lied to me when it came home. Yeah, my computer was optimizing itself again the other day. Optimizing itself. You know. So I had this idea that in a inverted world, that the perfect beings would be robotic, and at some point they might invent the biological human. At the same time, you know, on the other side of where we're at. So they'd be wondering, what if humans got out of control? What if humans bred and took over? What if humans turned us off? So it'd be funny if there was a perfect society of machines. They may be very interested in creating a biological um, worker, pet. I'm not sure. Companion.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, driving over a train yard, and it's in what they call Glendale, California, and it's an exit point where the water leaves the valley and went to what they call downtown. And there used to be just nothing here. It's really interesting. This portion of Los Angeles is really set up to go past Los Angeles, between like Frisco and Mexico. It's not really designed. LA wasn't really designed to stay for anyone to stay. It was just a through point. It was just a desert meeting the sea. There wasn't really anything here. Water's such a big story here. They had to steal it from somewhere else to build the city.
Interesting.
Super interesting. I mean, it's fascinating. There's even a moment in time where they built some dams. There was something called the Great Flood of 1938. Much of Hollywood got destroyed, or the back lots of North Hollywood got destroyed due to flooding. And by 1950, the Army Corps of Engineers came in and built some dams and secured what was basically normal flooding every year. And with that, they built, or basically had, God, at the same time, the trains were trying to come through north and south, and they couldn't get north and south because Malibu was privately owned on the coast. So they were forced to come through what we now call the San Fernando Valley to this spot where I just drove over to Glendale to continue south so trains could go north and south. And when they came inland through this valley, it finally got fixed. The flooding got fixed. And 1960, 55 through 60, all the New York Jews came here, including my father, that built apartment buildings in this suddenly reclaimed land that was literally flooded every year. So the San Fernando Valley got opened up to real estate, and it was a real estate scam that was depicted in the Jack Nicholson movie called Chinatown. And I guess that's a trilogy all about water and Los Angeles. So there's all kinds of history about water and flooding and very unstable territory. That's without your earthquakes.
area of California, I lived or grew up in Hermosa Beach, just just a little south of where you are in Glendale there. And I wish I could go back in time and live there like in the 1920s or something with some modern day surfboards and wetsuits, and not have any of the crowd that you'd have to deal with, and just live in that Southern California and maybe northern Baja area, because the weather is so nice there. Just that there's so many people now. Me, it's like I think I'd rather live there than anywhere else in the whole world if it wasn't so crowded.
Yeah, you can't beat the weather. You really got to swap the weather for the earthquakes. So I'll take the ground shaking every 20 years in order to not have, violent storms or freezing.
I read a book by a guy. He's a guy that writes all those Western novels. I can't remember his name. Really super popular, novel, crime store novel guys. You know who I'm talking about?
Probably not. Tom
Quentin
Clancy, something like
Tarantino?
that.
Who'd you say? Tom, not Tom Clancy. No, it's all
Quentin
about Western.
Tarantino?
No. Oh,
Eddie
just,
Tarantino.
anyway, he wrote a story about that area. I think around the turn of the century is when the story took place, and what it was a story about some people that were coming west, and rather than go north, the northern route through Oregon, and that they went through the desert and came up through into Coachella Valley. And there were a lot of Indians, according to this story. And the guy, what he does is he researches researches the areas he's going to write about, get an idea of what's going on there, and then he'll write a story around that. And Louis L'Amour, that's the guy's name, Louis L'Amour. Anyway, he and they go into Coachella Valley there and up into Los Angeles, and they were fighting a lot of Indians on the way, and then they got in LA, and San Pedro, there was a harbor in San Pedro, and then there were ranches all around, and there were still quite a few Indians in the area, and it just sounds so incredible there.
This is the Wild West. It wasn't Texas and Oklahoma, because there were people coming after the gold rush before there were towns, before there was law, before there was government. That's why it was the Wild West here.
Yeah.
And to be honest, it still was later on. For instance, when the mob came from the East Coast out to Vegas, it was wide open territory. It was the whole West Coast, was unclaimed territory. Everything out, past the Mississippi, basically. Unclaimed territory.
A little off topic, but you mentioned floods earlier, and made me remember the Ark counter guy. I think his name's Ken Ham, maybe. How he built this like mock-up ark thing of like the biblical story, and he got in a dispute with his insurance company over flood damage. It's just
Whoa, that
just made
that's
me remember that.
That's incredible irony. Wow. So his ark got damaged in a flood?
Yeah. It's supposed to be, a replica of Noah's Ark or whatever. And yeah, he got in a dispute with his insurance company because of flood damage to the ark.
That's good stuff.
It is. It is.
Insurance companies must see some good stuff.
Yeah, they probably do.
Actually, the word claim is interesting. Going back to insurance claim or land claim, or let's say when you're mining and you make a claim, or even in court, small claims. A claim is interesting because once you file it uncontested, it becomes like a matter of fact. It's weird. It's like, well, I staked my claim and uncontested, it sort of magically turns into something real. Why? Well, because I claimed it. Copyright claim. Really interesting word. It's like it has to be uncontested to be true. Like it's only a claim. Like I say, this is mine. Like, well, what makes it yours? Like, well, I said so. I claimed it. In other words, it may be because it's already there. You're making a claim against something that you didn't create. Maybe that would be a trademark. That's the difference.
Yeah, I guess like a patent to inventors usually patent things. Zanuck, you still here, Zanuck? No, guess not.
Yes, I am here.
I'm not here. Yeah. So what was he talking about with this plane thing getting pushed by wind, or what in the bloody blazes was he talking about?
You know, it's actually mind-boggling. This guy could keep. I mean, he's got a heck of imagination. He story the same every time. He's got in his mind the logic is sound, but he doesn't really understand some of the basic elements of what he's trying to describe. What he's describing is, and it's hard to even describe what he's saying. There's so many factors. So you got a plane leaving like California and going to like Australia, so southwest. Okay, so he's going from an area of lower tangential velocity on the surface. So that momentum is conserved. Talks about, and he starts going southward. You need to increase your momentum because you're landing on an area that's going to be going faster than where you took off. But you're going south.
Let's just set this up properly. They pretend there's no wind. They pretend there's no wind from the rotation of the Earth because they say the sky is moving with the Earth. I just want you to know that's the premise. That's the premise.
Tylenol.
That's the premise.
Yeah, I just took
is that
he literally gave me a migraine. Just let me talk.
But you didn't. Yeah, but the premise is
you're not talking about the wind. That comes in.
Yes, we are. The premise is that the sky moves with the Earth. That's the premise.
Chase, I'm sorry, man. I wish I could. So the guy's flying southward. He's got.
It's your premise.
Brian, Dan, stop, please. God and all things holy. Mother Mary, Tom and Jerry,
Just
and all
don't
those.
skip the problem. That's the problem.
Why don't you make a comment after I'm done with Jace?
Just start at the beginning.
Just stop, please. So he's going southward. This is right out of his playbook. Anything other than, and I understand what he's saying. He's not grasping a few of the major components that we try to allude to in our discussion. So let's not even go there. Let's talk about what he's saying. We're traveling southward. We have to increase our tangential velocity to increase our momentum, because we're going to be landing on an area of the Earth that have but we're going against the spin, which means we're losing as we're going that way. So how do we gain the momentum if we're going against the spin, losing momentum by traveling that direction, and then recapture it? We want to land some area southwest from we took off from. That's kind of in essence what has a problem.
Okay. And now tell me what do you think the answer is?
The simple answer is that we're just flying from point to point, and the forces on the aircraft onto the atmosphere vary depending on how fast the atmosphere is moving, depending on where we want to go. So we'll actually against the atmosphere against us, and it will speed us up to a certain extent, even though we're going westward. We're still getting spun up by the atmosphere acting on us. It is tangential velocity is going from 500 miles an hour to 1,000 miles.
The answer is the sky's not moving because the Earth's not moving. That's the answer.
That's not the answer.
Therefore, it's not needed in calculation with any air travel. That's why it's not in any simulators. That's why it's not taught.
Right. That's what I was trying to express to him before. The original guy. It is neat. That's why pilots. It's part of the reason why they trim a plane. Right. They trim it to a clean configuration so they don't have to keep making these inputs on either the yoke or the stick, depending on what kind of aircraft it is. Right. That's what part of the reason why they have a trim system.
Uh-huh.
But Dan's going to claim that this is due to crosswind. That's why we use the trim to counteract those crosswind types of inconsistencies.
Oh, there's all kinds of reasons.
We're not proving that there's Coriolis by doing trim. We're saying that this Coriolis that you could say we are assuming exists. If it does exist, it'll all be encompassed by the fact that we're dealing with it trim. Jesus said. It's not argument that there is Coriolis. That's how we wouldn't be able to detect it. Pilot.
Right. There's like multiple aspects to this. So there's one aspect that you have engines, right? They're producing thrust, which is giving you momentum. You're piloting the plane either by the autopilot or you are personally, controlling the aircraft, right? So it's not just like if you were to just not put it in autopilot and not touch the column, then yes, the wind and Coriolis and other factors would deviate you from where you want it to go. You wouldn't make it to your location. By steering the plane, you're contributing to those corrections, but also, right, this is all occurring over infinitesimal steps, right? You're not teleporting to your location. You're doing it step by step by step over a large period of time for these huge changes that you're talking about.
You're not doing anything. The airspeed changes without you doing any input. If in fact there is a lockstep wind that matches the Earth's rotation, you do nothing. Nothing. The air does, not you. There's no navigational input necessary. We're not leaning anywhere. We're not waypoint changing. We're not looking out the window. None of it.
Dan, the airspeed from the inertial frame, 1,000 miles an hour. If we took off from the airspeed tangentially would be 0. So it increases if the Earth is moving, rotating. It increases from 0 to 1,000. How do we move to that air mass and control it? Well, we don't really need to control because this change is utterly small along its path, but it is real. And along its path, it'll go from 0 to 1,000 miles an hour to the equator. But along the way, it's like a 1.5 mile an hour per minute adjustment. Almost nothing. There's probably crosswinds and other anomalies in the air, the atmosphere's characteristics that we deal with at a much greater level than we do the Coriolis effect. So, like I said, it's not evidence for Coriolis. You're saying it can't be done and we don't have to worry about it. You're right, we don't have to worry about it because these changes via trim or by just steering the plane insignificant compared to other factors involved in. I'll take that silence as final acceptance.
I feel like whenever they make these they're just when they make these arguments, they're just like totally ignoring the fact that like you're controlling the plane. It's not just like waywardly flying. You're steering the plane to a location.
That's not what their claim is. Their claim is that they're making adjustments. Yet there is no adjustments needed. It's not part of a conversation. The interesting part of the conversation is how Globers pretended to make up a need for a pretend problem. That's what's interesting.
There are adjustments needed. If you
No,
wanted to go from the North Pole, right? If you just got in a Cessna with no autopilot and you wanted to go from the North Pole down to Mexico, right, at the equator, down to Panama or Ecuador, right, one of those, equatorial countries, and you didn't touch the control, you plotted your course and you aimed your heading, right, you set off on a heading that would, take you to that location, but you never touched the control column after that. You just flew the engines, fly the plane, right? You wouldn't land, you wouldn't make it to your destination because the wind, the Coriolis effect, the other factors involved are going to take the plane off of the path, the heading that it was originally on, right? So by steering the plane, keeping it on the heading, the track, the ground path that you want to follow, that is making corrections.
Yeah, it doesn't happen that way.
No,
I know
not
you
for
think so.
Coriolis. No.
Yeah, it doesn't happen that way. Imagine flying, let's say, Minnesota to Texas, straight
Pilots
north.
don't steer a
Just
plane, man, really?
just imagine, let's just set up a scenario where you're going to go north to south, 1,500 miles down the middle of the United States, right? If you aimed
300
for
miles off
Texas,
if you don't make adjustments.
if you aimed for Texas, we know Texas isn't going to be where you aimed, right? It's going to be 1,500 miles to the east. It has to be. So do you aim where it was or where it's going to be? I mean, that's what you have to set yourself up to understand. Is there any navigation needed for that calculation? And miraculously, the answer is no. There is no calculation needed. You point to it, wherever the fuck it ends up, somehow you're still headed there. Even though it's not where you plotted. It is.
Dan, what is your malfunction? Seriously. It's almost like you're missing the key main point.
Yeah,
These
the
are
key
small
is
changes.
that if there was really 700 mile an hour winds where I live, I might believe you, but there isn't.
Dan, we're not talking about a differential. We're talking about 1.5 miles an hour as you travel. And that 1.5 mile an hour crosswind is dealt with as you fly point to point. You don't just say, I'm going to go to Dallas, Texas, Des Moines, Iowa. You say, I'm going to Texas, and along the way, I'm going to hit these waypoints.
You're
And
making that up. There are no navigational waypoints.
That's how you
Yeah,
fucking
you are.
fly, dude. Dude, you fly. You said if I plan a flight, I make a flight plan. I fly to certain. I have landmarks. If I'm flying over the 70,
Then recalculate where the Earth moved,
I
and
say,
yeah,
like,
recalculate every
always-
time. Bullshit.
Dan, what is your
Bullshit.
malfunction?
Bullshit.
Seriously,
You're full of
why are
shit.
you retarded?
I'm telling you, you're full of shit.
You were
That there's
dropping
no
your head.
there is no recalculation for this hundreds of mile movement during your flight. There isn't.
Correct. There is no calculation. You just fly point to
You
point.
steer the plane, man.
Not even. No,
right?
that's.
So if
Make
you
up your mind,
start-
guys.
If
No,
you start at the North Pole, right? You start at the North Pole, so you have no, we'll say Coriolis momentum or tangential momentum, whatever you want to call it, right? And you're flying down to Ecuador, right? If you just fly straight without, you're in a Cessna, so there's no autopilot, but you're just putting the engines on the power you need so that you don't stall, and you're just gonna let the plane fly, right? Because you're picking up these tangential velocities as you move across the latitudes, right? You're not going to make it to the airport that you were originally planning for, because you're in 500, 600, 700, up to 1,000, whatever it is at the equator, mile per hour, different differential velocity changes, right?
So why
you
wouldn't
have
you
to
make it? Why wouldn't you
steer
make it
the
to the airport?
plane.
No,
You have
no,
to
no, 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 no,
steer
no, no,
the
no, no.
plane, and that
No.
offsets.
That's
Yes,
insanity.
dude.
That's stupid.
If you
It's
don't
stupid that you-
steer the plane, then those
Beyond
momentum
ludicrous.
changes are going to change your heading track, right? They're going to impart a force on the plane, and it's going to change your heading track. But by steering the plane, you're offsetting those.
So you're steering the plane
imparted
in relation
force
now
to keep
to the
it
ground,
on the
right?
track.
In relation to the ground? In relation to what? What are you doing at these waypoints? At these waypoints, you're going, okay, I need to recalculate my destination and the new angle? Is that what you're saying?
What? No.
He's
What do you-
saying
what do-
there are
You
effects
start-
that need you to adjust, but he's not proving that Coriolis is one of them. I mean, he's just saying it. But yeah, wind itself will not. If you don't steer the plane, you're never going to head or reach your destination.
But the
without
air
heading.
the air that you're in is supposedly increased speed every moment you move south. It's going faster and faster. So you're basically in a drift that keeps increasing. The drift continues to increase. You're not going to feel it. You're not going to feel it, and you're not going to steer.
So you think you don't steer the plane?
Absolutely not. Not in that case. You don't adjust for the movement of the Earth along the way. No, you do not.
Yep. You adjust for things like wind that you mentioned.
Okay, let's break it down.
That's-
So here's a way you're going to understand it. It's simple, Dan, and don't interrupt me for a second. This will take 10 seconds, I promise. So we shoot a projectile north. We're in Europe. You can see we can shoot things from the ocean to like England, north. We have targets. We know these projectiles will be off by 100. We know it. For 26 miles, 16-inch gun, 50 caliber, off by 100 yards. Off. If you took the same Cessna, took off the deck of that gunboat, let's say had a little runway launch of your Cessna, and you flew that direction just like these projectiles, you would be 100 meters off. So, but you would not, because you steer. Hold on. Let me just finish the story. It's almost done. So I would now, so I end up where I want to end up. I have to steer the plane a little bit to the left to counteract the Coriolis effect. This is a proven effect because we know if the projectiles are off by 100 yards, why? We're not steering them. That's why. So
maybe the rifling pulls it to the right. Maybe the direction of the spin of the projectile pulls it to the right, dude.
No, that's not how that works either. You don't understand how Magnus effect works. Dude, you have to understand these physics concepts before you can interact with me. You're just being a buffoon right now. You don't have Magnus effect.
I'm comfortable. Guess what? I'm comfortable with my buffoonery.
Only if there's a
I'm
Dan,
totally comfortable.
You said you would, and now you're talking.
No, you said 10 seconds is what you said.
You're such a fucking asshole. I'm coming down the next weekend. I'll be down in Hollywood. I'm going to find you. I'm going to find you.
Good. Good. Let's go party. Let's have fun. Let's do Flat Earth Hollywood. Come on,
We
I
got
need
it.
you.
That's where maybe I'll be in Hollywood.
Sweet. Next weekend?
We go-
When? Oh shit!
He's
You
gonna
cut out.
fly
Say it
there.
again.
Sunday.
He's gonna fly there without steering. I don't get like how what man? You think pilots don't steer a plane?
They plot a course. They don't adjust the course along the way because they decided they needed the Coriolis to fly with them. No, it's not. It's not about
Yeah,
that.
Dan is very specific. He doesn't say that you don't need to steer. He's saying you don't need to steer and adjust for Coriolis. That's the specific point.
But the
Y'all are
steering
strawmanning him,
is the
saying,
adjustment.
You don't need to steer. But that's not what he's saying, though. It's just going over your heads.
Do you know what you're steering against? I mean, how do you know you're not steering for a tailwind, a structural change of your angle?
It's different than your goofy claim.
Oh my
Your
God.
goofy
Why
claim is
can't I
totally
have 5 words out before you interrupt me?
because you're a goofball. You're
You're not
making goofy
listening.
claims.
How do you know what you're
I'm
steering against? What if I have a plane that has one wing angle of incidence on one side of the plane different than the other? What if I have a weight just when I have more gas on one side of the field? What if I have all sorts of other things that could possibly going on, plus a crosswind, plus everything you could possibly think of? How do you know it's not? What are you steering
It's
against? How do you
not
know it's
related
crosswind?
to what the lockstep or the waypoints. Not related to lockstep. Not related to
Yeah,
waypoints,
you're
dude.
hopeless. Hopeless.
Yeah, because you're not addressing anything I'm talking about. You're talking about projectiles and shit. It's
Yes,
like 20.
things that are
Why
not
do you keep
steered,
mentioning
things that are
26-mile
not
projectiles? Why are
things that
you
are not
attached to 26-mile
things that
projectiles?
are not
What does
steered.
it mean to me?
Things that are not steered will be off by 100 yards. That's enough. Should be enough. The
Things
100
that are
yards off.
not
100 yards thing off
steered
is a
are off
variance.
by 100 yards.
Coriolis. You do now. You say, "Oh, it could be wind."
Not
And you shouldn't.
Can you show an example?
Man, can you
understanding.
shut the hell up? Is it possible?
Definitely not knowing. No, yeah, don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'll make it more
No.
clear then. You shoot something that is not steering, and you're 100 yards off.
That's not what we're talking about.
Would you please let me lay the foundation for the logic so you understand where we're coming from? We shoot the object.
Ballistics?
It's
You
100
think air travel and
Shut
ballistics
up.
go in the same sentence?
Shut
You're
up.
talking ballistics.
Shut
Ballistics.
I don't know what's going on, but I
I
heard
know what
Zanuck
you're
yelling.
talking
yelling so I don't know. Zanuck.
It's my
Right.
fault. No, I'm getting it. It's my fault. Thanks.
All right.
I just
Well, I
wanted
just
to get
like
a sentence
came
out.
back and all I heard was Zanuck screaming, "Shut up!" So
Because you
No,
wouldn't
it's my
listen
fault.
to me.
It's my fault.
Thank you.
I'm
So
riding. I'm riding him.
you shoot the object. We're using ballistics because they're not steered. So we know we're off. We say, well, it could be wind or something. So we shoot the other direction, off by the same amount to the right. Both directions, no matter what no matter what direction we send it, off to the right. That we say is due to Coriolis, because it's not due to the wind, and not due to the setup of the object itself or its balance or aerodynamic character. So we take a Cessna and do the same flight. We have to fly straight to get to our target. Now we are going to unwittingly, make a little stick input to the left so we can fly straight against the Coriolis, though we won't really notice it because it's so damn small. And any other minute movements of the air would well overshadow the.
Remember, the Coriolis is an effect. It's not a thing. You keep talking about it like it's a thing. Stop it.
Okay, I swear I kind of.
Because we're not dealing with Coriolis at all in any of this.
Then what causes
I mean,
the
it's just-
projectile to deflect to the right?
We're not talking about projectiles or ballistics. Wow. So again, like I asked you to start at the basics, is why is there no wind if the Earth is spinning right now at high speed? And they go, oh, because the air moves with it. See, that's the premise, right? Is the air really moving with it? That's the
goes with the air?
premise. That's the
What, the Earth?
premise, though.
Yeah, it moves with
Yes.
the Earth. Yeah.
Okay. So that's when we started to analyze. It's like, wow, I'm landing at 2 different speeds. I'm landing at a different speed than takeoff. Wow. That's where the question comes in. How interesting is that? Because that's just basic wow, wonderment, right? Like I must have picked up the speed. Period. Must have. In your world, it had to have. That's when you started making up reasons how you did it. You banked, you waypointed, you looked out the window at the end and just made a turn to adjust for it. That was the kind of crap we started hearing.
No, we adjust along the way. The waypoints are used. If
There
I'm flying
is
to Reno,
no
I'm looking at,
adjustment.
oh,
Wake
dude,
up.
you are impossible. I've said it a million times. I'm going to keep on saying impossible to. Do you know that? Has
Okay,
anyone ever told you that?
when do I get to see you? Next weekend? What's the story? Are you what night
I
can
don't know.
you do you have all
Even
do you
me.
have all day? Do you have all night?
No, I don't have much time. I'll be pretty. But I mean, I could go through debating whether that'd be productive. Let me think
Can
about
we
that. Your behavior here is just really frustrating.
Dude, you're consistently here 24/7 to defend the globe, and I'm supposed to be worried about you? Come
You should be
on.
worried.
You're a
You don't have my
warrior for the
knowledge.
globe. You're literally a warrior for the globe, and I'm supposed to worry about you?
You should be worried that maybe you don't have all the information or straight.
I'm just aware of the difference between aviation and ballistics. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but like you're acting like you can just account for one without accounting for the other, right? When pilots are flying, right, the things that affect projectile don't just like disappear. Like I said before, that's why they're trimming the plane, because that differential speed you keep bringing up is imparting a force on the plane as it travels over the entire distance that it travels. And so they trim the plane so that the plane, right, the stabilizer or the ailerons, one of the control surfaces or all of them are they're negating that force that's being imparted so that they can just keep the stick level. It's called a clean configuration. If they don't trim the plane, then they're going to be having to make all sorts of stick inputs to keep it level.
Well, should we petition the world to change the name from airplane to airsphere? You think they'll go with it?
Yep, they should. I'll sign it. Start a petition up.
Air curve or air sphere or air globe? Air, not a plane. How's that? Or we just keep it airplane.
I mean, it's
Be
fun.
careful when you're driving in the rain too, or else you might hydroglobe.
You're gonna hydrosphere. Yeah, that's a good
Nice.
one.
Hydrosphere.
Nice.
Yeah, could you hydroplane on curved water? Good question.
How come we don't live on a sphere? Anyway, why a planet?
A plane T?
A sphere.
A globet?
Makes more sense.
The globet. I like how I always like when Bro Sanchez, he says planet, a plane within a net. I think that's cool the way he says it.
Okay, I got to work this guy on the battery refund here. See how this goes.
To be fair, I just looked up the etymology of airplane, right? The plane part comes from the Greek, and nobody actually knows the exact root, but it can come from planus or planos. Planos with a U, planos with a O. The difference being, with the U, it's referring to level, right? And with the O, it's referring to the term like wandering, which I think makes more sense. But yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what it in terms of exactly. Yeah, they don't. The mainstream kind of story doesn't claim that it comes from a plane, like a planar surface. Yeah, they say planet. The word it comes from the word planet, which means to wander. So, yeah, I mean, I was kind of joking with the whole plane connection. Well, we're talking about airplane as well, but in terms of planet, yeah, it comes from planet, which means to wander. Which is as the wandering stars, as it were, meaning the Venus, Mars, etc. These celestial objects that seem to move differently than the fixed stars, where they're all on their own cycles in terms of, like, essentially the fixed stars are moving the fastest at 23 hours and 56 minutes. Then all the wandering stars are moving slower than the fixed stars, and they're doing so at different rates, except when they go retrograde. Then they actually go faster than the fixed stars. But normally they're going slower in the fixed stars, which makes them progress through the zodiac. So yeah, they're wandering in their orbits, as it were, their cycles compared to all the other fixed stars. So yeah, planet, which is to wander. That's why they try to call it, what we're on, as a planet coming from planet, because those other things are wandering, and they're trying to say that those wandering stars are just balls in a solar system, and we're also a ball in a solar system. So therefore, we're a wandering star. Basically, we're a planet, as it were. It's how they've tried to use that word.
Yo, shout out to all the YouTube listeners. 1918 on YouTube. Hit us with a thumbs up if you like this. I know you like it because you listen every day, so hit us with a thumbs up.
This is this etymology page. Late Old English planet in Old Astronomy. Star other than a fixed star. Star revolving in an orbit. From Old French planète, modern French planète, and directly from the Latin planeta, which means wandering stars, from planetae, to wander. This is interesting, actually. This is saying that there's actually, like, from the root Pele, P-E-L-E, Pele, which means flat or to spread, or to the notion of spread out. But then it's saying here that it's the similarly to the word plazien, which means to make devious, repel, dissuade from the right path, bewilder. So built in somewhat related to the word planet is this other word plazien, which means to make devious, repel, dissuade from the right path, bewilder. Kind of ironically fits the definition of Earth not being a planet, meaning a sphere, and that is trying to dissuade people from the right path, to bewilder them with the deception.
You know, it also sounds.
Yo, look at what this guy.
For sharing that.
No, go ahead, Issa.
I was gonna say, it sounds like almost a little like it's got a hint of astrology to it. You know what I mean? Like certain planets, like retrograde. That kind
So
of.
real quick, check that. Oh my bad, I thought you were done. Go ahead, finish it up.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yo, check this thing Embo EMBO posted in the chat. That picture of the moon with the golf ball or whatever. Is that the one Brandon went over on the show over on his show one day and found out that it didn't match? Do you guys remember that when we went up? Somebody posted this as some kind of evidence, and Brandon like analyzed it and was like, "Yo, the shadows don't match. What are you talking about? Is that the same one or no?"
Yeah, I've definitely seen ones that don't match. But I know what you're referring to, Brandon. But yeah, I've definitely seen ones that don't match.
Yeah, I have that one saved, Jeremy. The one that Brandon did that day. I think
that was dope, right?
I think it's a different one. Well, yeah, he like zoomed it in and then drew on it and stuff. Yeah, to show. It's similar to that one. Here, I have it here actually. Except it looks different. Is the answer? It looks different. Different one. Because this one, the ball is on like a little stand. It's on like a little wooden stand. Whereas that one, the dude's holding it.
No doubt.
But yeah, Issa, I would agree, dude. Well, astronomy and astrology were always one. It's only in our modern times that they've separated them, and they've tried to call astrology. They've really tried to just slander it to the depths of everything they could to try to make it sound like astrology is a pseudoscience. They even call it that directly. And the whole horoscopes in the newspaper thing, which is usually like, next to the comics or whatever, huge psyop to try to downgrade and diminish the importance and significance of astrology, the actual positions of these celestial objects and how they relate directly to nature, to our lives, to cycles, to the archetypal realms, to the symbolic realms, all of the ways in which the positions of these celestial bodies are linked intricately to events and components here on Earth within the larger system. They've tried to separate that, call it a pseudoscience, and then they say astronomy, meaning just looking at the positions and then doing all their other stuff they do in their model is the only legit one, as they try to say. They
I could also see having to, in order to get down to, let's say, what you're referring to as like the astronomical data, like, you know what I mean? Or, what would be astronomical data versus like emotional effect. Because you got to think there's so many, and imagine how many hustlers and all the rest of it. Because like all this information came from like, quote unquote witches and mystics and shit that watched the stars or kept the legends of you know what I mean? Like, and like, so like you think in order to get to the nuts and bolts of it, that trying to learn the knowledge of the people who did study it and did know it, and yet they laced it with so much emotion and nostalgic, you know what I mean? Like stuff. There was a time, I would imagine, where you would have to, as an analytical person, like be like, look, could you lay off the, the storyline? I just want to know what the actual thing does. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think there as a necessity to that too. You can't over mystify everything. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that makes sense. Because, like, you would get like, let's say it's like if somebody who understood the stars and understood that there was an eclipse coming could walk into like a town and be like, if you do not give me this in 5 days, then the sun will go dark. Do you know what I mean? There's like that element to it. Also, but I think that's why the separation, but I think it's too much of a separation. You know what I mean? That's all.
Yeah, it seems like we are kind of sold this narrative that that people have used astrology to like predict bad omens and things, and then somehow that is a reason to downplay it. But at the same time, there have probably been there's always hucksters in anything really. The medical industry, there's hucksters and liars and snake oil salesmen, as they try to say. Like in finance, of course, there are. So it seems like in multiple different things of life, even in like virtually every field of life, there's going to probably be somebody who's out of integrity with it and misusing it in those ways. So, and even in today's world, I would say that a lot of the mainstream quote unquote astrology is, I would call it like pop astrology or even like fake astrology, meaning they're just kind of like you were saying, they're like overly making links of things that aren't really there. It almost reminds me of the idea, like if you're a guitar player, like you're going to do a solo, like lead guitar, you kind of wait for your right time to rip the solo and then you step back, you know, like you make use of it. You wouldn't just like solo through the entire song, you know? So I think, yeah, there may be people like, I'm kind of trying to make that link that in the astrological world where they're just making wild links between all kinds of things, you know, they're making all kinds of assumptions about someone's life, or they're claiming that they can know something in the future. Whereas the astrology itself doesn't tell you the concrete events of what's coming in the future. It only tells you the alignments and the archetypal energies that will be aligned at that time. But it does not give the actual concrete outcome of what will happen. So from the actual astrological information itself, you can't get the concrete. The only way you could do that is if someone wanted to claim that they're being a psychic or they're able to tell the future. But just on the astrology itself, it's not used for that. But yeah, people have probably misused it for that, because if someone's like an astrologer and then they're in ancient times or whatever it may be, and they then feel like they have power over people, and then, yeah, they could use deception or other kinds of things to try to manipulate people or kind of misuse it, basically. And that's true in today's world too. Like a lot of, like if you were to walk into like a basic bookstore and just randomly pick up books about astrology, probably wouldn't really find the real thing. You know, you'd be kind of just totally blasted by the kind of horoscope pop astrology thing that a lot of the sort of the way the mainstream has kind of pushed it and allowed for that to be the case. You kind of got to dig deep to really find the real stuff, as it is in many topics.
I think also too, like those hucksters also moved into astronomy. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, it's like if you had astrology, which is the actual meaningful correlation and understanding of the positions and how those positions are linked to the rest of the world, and then you had the astronomy, just the actual physical observations and positions, then yeah, it would make sense that there would be deceivers that would kind of split into one or the other. And then there still would be the real parts of them as well. So you have like maybe people misusing astrology and kind of trying to sell books or whatever it may be, at least some of them who are. And then you would also have the sort of astrophysics, astronomy stuff, of which a lot of the people that are astrophysicists today, they might not even know there's a deception beneath it. But yeah, the model that they're given and the overall trajectory of it has a whole, I think, a whole deceptive component to it in terms of what they're trying to claim the stars are and how, you know, the nature of them and everything.
Yeah, I always thought it was weird that like they took away Pluto, and like Pluto has like such archetypal influence. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's like it's weird that like astronomy kind of delves into that world of archetypal, you know, woo woo, you know, whether it be right or wrong. But it's interesting how, like, you know, they try to remove like Pluto, which is like the, you know, it's like the archetype of you know, like like introspection and like, you know, responsibility, shit, you know, and like morality, you know what I mean, against your own actions.
Yeah, Pluto, the archetype of Pluto also has a direct connection with the underworld and like the seedy underworld. And so, yeah, I thought about that, like the way that, I mean, Pluto represents power and the underworld, amongst many other components as well. But yeah, I have thought about like whether they purposefully did that kind of downgrade thing as like a little bit of a kind of like a psyop, like a little black magic psyop, to basically try to subdue the Pluto, the Plutonic archetype, you know, maybe so that they could try to kind of like a wolf in sheep's clothing, you know, like the parts of that they're expressing of the shadow side, that they would kind of want to downgrade it, like, which literally is psychologically kind of trying to downplay it in people's minds. Like, oh, that's not important anymore. That's nothing to what we should be concerned of. Because yeah, like the seedy underworld is part of the Plutonic archetype, and certainly a whole group of entities that are deceiving us on these multiple levels would be part of that kind of underworld. Yeah, secret societies, for example, the whole concept of secrecy is connected to Pluto as well, because it's connected to power and to in some ways it can have a connection to the things that are like lurking beneath the surface, as it were.
What's so cool is you have like the ancients used. I'm about to be busy, by the way, but like the ancients like knew how to tell the story of like. That's why I think like the story of the Christ is so interesting, and there's more astrotheology involved than we like to lend credit to. Not that it limits any of the other shit, but I'm saying it's like this story of the ancestors really told this story of the stars through these allegories, and realized the allegories were like they were the stories of the movements of the stars basically, and then the effects of it. And it's just that's what makes the Bible so interesting. That's what makes astronomy so interesting, and that's what makes the division of the two so interesting, because you have like Christians that are diehard like, nope, can't fucking study that because that's Satan fucking worship. You know what I mean? Or like even Muslims like don't check for the stars as far like in any that way. You know what I mean? Like they see it as it's like I don't know, which I can agree with in a scientific perspective. You know what I mean? It's to separate that stuff from what is internal. But can you ever really do that? And that's the cool thing. Like, when the moon gets big and it's fucking bright, like weird shit happens, right? I don't know. It's fucking weird, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, well, I think they've tried to convince us that astrology is pseudoscience because they want to actually use it for their own. It's like the way I see it. Like, for example, in 2020, we had an alignment come in, which was Saturn and Pluto. It was a conjunction. It happened from 2020 to 2023, right during the time of we all know what. And it was right when Saturn and Pluto came in. So I have no question that these, controllers, as it were, planned for that to be the case.
Well, that's why
So
I'm interested with the idea that we have like good things coming. Like as far as I see it, like the billionaires don't or millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do, right? That idea, like is like a Rockefeller quote, like the idea of like that they totally pay attention to this shit. And what's interesting is like in the stars, if I'm not mistaken, we're supposed to come into like a golden era. But you can't come into a golden era with a bunch of retards. And it's almost like this whole shit is like it's fucking weird. You know what I mean? Because if like, imagine if fucking everyone that got the Nazi Jews fucking like is sterilized. Like, you know what I mean? Something wild like that. Like, forgive me to take it in the left field, but I just think it's interesting because you're so right. They are attentive. And there has to be this change in the star. Like, there's this good thing, I think, coming. And not to say that all of people getting fucking sterilized is good, but I mean, like, there's in the stars, it's just like the story is supposed to get better. Please elaborate. I'm about to get busy. I just only interrupted because I'm about to get busy, brother.
yeah, your mic went out at the very end there, but I think we heard most of it. But yeah. No, well, I think the way I see it in a way is like if you have Saturn and Pluto that are going to be in a conjunction for 3 years, then those archetypal dynamics are going to be active for that whole cycle for everybody. That's called like a world transit, meaning like everyone's getting that at the same time for that whole time period. And the way I see it is that these archetypes, they can be expressed in a myriad of different ways, although it still fits the archetype. But they can be expressed in a multitude of ways. So there seems to be like positive expressions of each of them and then negative expressions. And there's the question of free will. Like, do we actually have free will at the end of the day to express these energies in either a positive expression or a negative? And in the case of if someone's in like a negative pattern, either in their life or something like that, that they could actually be aware of which archetypes are involved and then purposefully seek a more positive expression of that, which would then be an integration of whatever was out of alignment with that person in terms of relation to those. And I think that can be done on an individual level as a practice of balancing these energies within oneself and how it relates to ultimately our birth charts, and then also the transits that we're getting throughout our life ultimately. But then that also can be the case. It can be seen in terms of for the whole world, meaning if there's a Saturn Pluto coming in, how are we going to express that? Now, I would say that it was expressed in a pretty shadow expression, like a negative shadow expression, in the way that it was, like all the isolation, the lockdowns, the way that all played out. One could argue that that was, not a positive expression of those archetypes. But if more people were aware that Saturn and Pluto were going to be aligned and were aware of what Saturn and Pluto are as archetypes, perhaps as a larger human civilization, human culture, we could have actually chosen to express those archetypes in a different way. But instead, the powers that be were going to unleash a particular psyop, like a particular narrative that was going to activate the Saturn Pluto within each person and instill that sort of fear and the isolation and everything that comes with that. So it's like, I think that's what they do. They purposefully use it to get us to try to express the archetypes in the way they want us to express them, which is usually not for the benefit of us, as it were. It's usually in our detriment and to their advantage, instead of us actually expressing them in different ways that could be more productive or more harmonious. So it's like they use the energies to bring out what they want. Yeah, they use the energies to bring their result instead of.
Yeah, real quick. Did you see the X? Twitter went to X, and then like the symbol of it, if you invert it, it's like the Masonic like symbol. If you mirror it, everyone's all about that right now. I don't know if you've seen that, but like X or Twitter changed to X, and the mirror of it is this Masonic symbol, and like everyone's saying how like Elon's taking this quote unquote bad symbol and making it good. I don't know, kind of a thing.
Huh. Yeah, I haven't. I just looked up what the logo is now. Yeah, I see that. You have to turn it sideways, you're saying, or how is it a frame? I see what it is. It's like an X with like kind of like a square in the middle.
No, mirror. If you mirror it.
If you mirror it, okay. So make it face the other way.
Yep, right the other side. Yep.
Yeah, I see it now. I see what you mean, huh? Yeah. Well, they do that with all their logos. The Gmail logo is the little fanny pack bib thing that they put in front of their genitalia.
Yeah, the Facebook thing is the tubal cane. You know about that? You know about tubal cane? So like, it's the whole like everything about like masonry is, from what I gather, is like all dick jokes. So 2 balls and a cane is basically a dick, right? So it's like tubal cane is one of their words. And like they have all the shit, and like the Facebook is like an image of the cane and the 2 balls when it first started.
That's funny. That's crazy. Yeah. Why are they so into that? It's like, I mean, one could argue like men and women could both be fans of the male genitalia, but yeah, why are these like psychopathic dudes super focused on phallic symbols and stuff? It's just because they're into like twisted sex stuff, I guess. Because it doesn't seem like a healthy expression of that, Like one could celebrate any genitalia of a man or woman as beautiful in different ways, but it doesn't seem like they're doing it in that way. You know what I mean? It seems like they're doing it in some kind of twisted way.
I think they do it to entice sexual deviancy so they can entrap them and control them.
Yeah. Yeah. It seems like maybe it comes with psychopathy, is some kind of twisted sexual component to it. And then they want others to be in that too. I mean, it even goes right back to their rockets and the obelisks.
It's just fallacies, man.
I just want to read this quick thing real quick. We were talking about Pluto. And I just have like a paragraph or two I was going to read since we were talking about the Pluto archetype. So we're talking about the fact that they like downgraded it from a planet to What do they call it that they downgraded it to? I forget right now.
Dwarf planet.
Dwarf planet. That's right. That's it. All right. So yeah, I just wanted to read this real quick. It's just like a paragraph or two. It's just about the archetype of Pluto and what Pluto is, what it seems to represent within our world, and what it's been systematically correlated with in terms of within the world as well. All right, Pluto, the archetype of primordial energy, the universal life force which impels all evolution and transformation. Doesn't necessarily mean the theory of evolution. I think it's just he's saying impels just things that are evolving and transforming as they grow, as it were. Pluto represents the principle of power itself, of elemental force, of primordial libido and aggression, and is essentially identical to Freud's notion of the id. It is the Dionysian energy of life, the serpent power, the kundalini. It compels, empowers, overwhelms, transforms. It destroys and resurrects. Pluto governs the instincts and the forces of nature. It rules the biological process of birth, sex, and death, and at its deepest level, it revolves around the mystery of death and rebirth. Pluto rules upheaval, breakdown, and decay, but also regeneration and the purifying fire of catharsis. It reflects the archetypal underworld, the dark, mysterious, and often terrifying reality which lurks beneath the surface of things, beneath our ego and societal conventions and the veneer of civilization, and which is periodically unleashed with great destructive and transformative force. Many of the problematic instincts that lie deep within the human psyche, such as murderous hatred, violent jealousy, compulsive greed, and lust, and so forth, reflect the activity of Pluto. This is Freud's boiling cauldron of the instincts. Pluto is visible in the elemental power of a volcanic eruption, of a devouring lion, of a war, of an orgasm, of a mother in the climactic stages of giving birth. It is present in all violent, purgatorial discharge of pent-up energies, from the earth as in an earthquake, or from the human body and psyche as in therapy or a psychotic break. Pluto is in many ways the polar complement of Neptune. Together they represent the great polarities of Dionysus and Apollo, the chthonic and the transcendent, the volcanic and the oceanic, nature and spirit, instinct and imagination. Usually when people go through Pluto transits, it kind of has that like pulling the rug out from underneath within that particular area of their life. Like it kind of creates this like accelerated transformative. I kind of think of it of like dipping your hands down in the soil and then pulling your hand up through the soil. It has this kind of upheaval, breakdown, decay, and regeneration to it. And it has this like transformative nature to it as well. So like if someone gets like Pluto transiting their moon, for example, then basically Pluto seems to have that effect on their life for that whole period, that whole time period, where in the case of the moon, like that represents like the emotions and the kind of internal life of the human psyche. So like if Pluto is affecting that, then it tends to bring this whole kind of tumultuous, transformative, a little bit like pulling the rug out from underneath, but then there's something new that is coming through. So it can be kind of a period of crisis, but also can be of powerful transformation, especially if seems like when people get a hold on what the message is, as it were, what they need to do, then the transformation can come quicker. I probably mentioned Pluto moon because yeah, I had a Pluto moon transit like when I was like 19. I think from like age 19 to 22, Pluto transited my moon. So that one, Pluto moves so slowly that we don't actually, throughout a whole lifetime, we don't get every alignment. So it's kind of like not everyone will get a Pluto moon transit, or at least not all of them, because yeah, it's a 230-year cycle. So Also, like I'll mention too with Pluto, this is one that everyone can reflect on. I mean, especially if you were alive during that time, but we all kind of know what the 1960s were like. And during the 1960s, we had a Uranus and Pluto conjunction. So Pluto is involved there, and then Uranus. That was like the major cycle for the entire 60s. The alignment happened from 1960 to 1972. So basically through the whole years of that whole decade of the 60s and a little bit into the early 70s. And it's the only conjunction in the entire 20th century, meaning that's when they're right next to each other. It's kind of like when there's a solar eclipse or when there's a new moon, the sun and moon are in the exact same part of the sky. So that's what a conjunction is. So it was Uranus and Pluto were in the same part of the sky. And it was the only time in the entire 20th century that Uranus and Pluto were in a conjunction from 1960 to 1972. And Uranus represents many things, but it represents the principle of like revolution, rebelliousness, and everything connected to, there's many components to the archetype, but it has that like of like accelerated change. It can be like upheaval, but in usually in like a rebellious or revolutionary way, like kind of going against the status quo. Like Saturn is the status quo, whereas Uranus is the eclectic, the taking your own path, taking your own path, as it were, it being very individual. And that's why it's connected to rebelliousness and revolution. So you have that principle with the Pluto. Pluto does represent that sexual side. So the whole sexual revolution thing that was happening, there's the sexual part of Pluto, and it's the revolution side of Uranus. But even just the Uranus side, like Pluto tends to intensify everything that it comes in contact with, and it impels it with that transformative kind of like destruction and resurrection, as it were, within, and it really adds a lot of energy and power. So in that case, Pluto is adding the energy and power to the revolutionary, rebellious components of Pluto. So like those two being aligned, like that whole decade was really characterized by that, like just upheaval and revolution in so many different categories. And in 1965, which is when it was at the peak, apparently the statistics show that there were more riots and rebellions across the entire world in 1965 in terms of numbers of cities that were just completely in like riot, upheaval and riot type thing, people on the streets and all that. More cities across the entire world were in that, rioting and revolutionary kind of status in 1965, which happens to be the peak of the Uranus-Pluto. And it's the only time that was a conjunction in the 20th century. So like, could it be said that the entire 20th century, the 1 year in which there was more of that happening, was right when it was the peak of the Uranus and Pluto? And just that whole revolutionary kind of rebellious energy with like the hippie movement and a lot of other things, and just the upheaval against the system, people breaking away from that like 1950s kind of control. Like after World War II, they had that 1950s like lockdown and control. And then the 1960s, people were, a lot of the youth and everything were just, long hair and rock music and everything that came with the 60s, that whole rebelling against the boomers, basically. Well, it was like the pre-boomers. Those were the boomers rebelling against the previous generation. But so that whole era. So just interesting just to kind of see it from that lens, that the Pluto and Uranus archetypes seem to be very, very activated throughout that whole decade. And just seeing how that links through these larger cycles can allow one, like, you don't really have to even believe anyone else for this. Like, you can actually just see the events and make the, see the link and how it's actually expressing oneself. And then I'll just mention one more. I'm still connected, right? It's been, no one's responding.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, cool. Yeah, no one else was jumping in, so I'm not trying to totally take the whole stream, but yeah, if anyone else can jump in. But it was just quiet for a minute, and then Issa said I think he had to step back, so I just was yeah, I'll just say this last thing. I'm gonna need to step away for a bit. I'll be listening though, but I do need to step away from my mic in a few. So I'll just I know I've been kind of just in a little bit of a flow here. So yeah, I appreciate everyone listening. So yeah, I'll just share this. This is just like 2 sentences, and I'll just leave on this, which is to say that yeah, so that was the 1960s. The 1990s was Uranus and Neptune. So that was the whole birth of the internet, because Neptune is the waters, and the waters were dissolved, and like the boundaries were dissolved. That's how Neptune works. And then Uranus was liberating those boundaries being dissolved of the Uranus Neptune. So that was from like 1985 until 2005. So we had a whole Uranus Neptune. That was the whole 90s. The whole thing was colored by that Uranus Neptune. Anyways, that's for another time, but I'm just mentioning that. Of course, 9/11 was another Saturn-Pluto, which is one of the most intense alignments to have. 9/11 was Saturn-Pluto. And then the whole pandemic thing was Saturn-Pluto as well, which we're out of that now, but we already went through that. And that came through in those ways. Yeah, Saturn-Pluto is like, Saturn is the principle of like isolation and limitation and restriction, but it also could be things like discipline. It has positive expressions too. But anyways, Pluto just intensified that. So it's like during the pandemic. So it's like Pluto intensifying the lockdown, the restriction of Saturn in a major way. So yeah, there's so much more I could say about that. But yeah, that just fits perfectly the way Saturn and Pluto for the whole pandemic. And I'll just end on this. So the next stage we're moving into, the one we're in now, and that we're going to be in for this cycle is only about 14 months long, but we're already about a month into it. So we have about another year of it, or about 13 months, let's say, from now. And it's Uranus and Jupiter. So the Uranus principle of the liberation, transformation, etc., with Jupiter, which is the principle of like expansion and growth and success and buoyancy and happiness. Jupiter and Saturn are kind of opposites, where Jupiter is expansion and growth and happiness, whereas Saturn is like constriction, restriction. It can be depression, limitation. It has positive sides too, but Saturn's one of the most challenging ones of them all. But anyway, so Jupiter and Saturn are opposites in that way. So in this case, we have the Jupiter for the next year. We have the Jupiter principle of expansion and growth and positivity with the Uranus principle of the breakthroughs, awakenings, spiritual, of like a spiritual nature, psychological nature. Also with like technology, there can be huge inventions and breakthroughs in technology as well, because Uranus represents like, it is rebellion and revolution and all that, but it's also like that sudden spark of insight, like of genius insight, kind of like a lightning bolt where there's some new invention, like the kind of like harebrained, like wild scientist that's also like a genius. That's a classic Uranus kind of archetype. So with Jupiter and Uranus, there's just this incredible potential for this next year for a lot of new beginnings and positive type breakthroughs to be occurring.
So
hey,
these
Gio,
are
what's after the
constantly
14th
changing.
month of this period? Like on the forecast.
Yeah, someone else had jumped into. You mean yeah, you're saying what's coming after what the cycles coming up?
Yeah. Yeah, that was my question.
And you're saying after the current moment, or like after? Oh, you're saying after after a year?
Yeah, where after you said this was like a 14-month period, I just like what follows that one? Is it better, worse, or the same?
Yeah, exactly. That's
yeah, it's just a.
Well, we could get into that, although it probably won't just be one simple quick answer. But yeah, I could give you like the general ones that are coming. But
yeah,
like,
I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, right on.
I wanted to ask how
that would be cool. Another time.
How individuals different individuals you know, like you're born under this sign, you're born under that sign, you're on the cusp of this one or that one. Do these different periods affect people differently?
Yeah.
Like we don't always, yeah. So we don't always like experience the same um thing depending on each individual.
Yeah, so like each individual has their birth chart, their natal chart, which is basically a freeze frame of the sky the minute you're born. So if you were to like imagine, boom, you're coming out of the birth canal, right when you come out, the exact state of the sky clock as a freeze frame moment right then. Now, whether you view it as a globe or as a geocentric planar Earth with the sky above, really in a way doesn't matter. It's the same geometry. Meaning that if you were to, the minute you're born, if you were just to point, if you were to be able to point at every one of these, you'd be like, okay, Saturn's over there, Mars is over there, the sun, the moon, and those would all be in a circle around you. So once you have those, they're all laid out in a unique way because of your date of birth or one's date of birth at that moment, because they're always in a unique moment. Like right now, our moment is unique, like it's never happened before, the exact alignment of what we have, as far as we know, unless the whole thing cycles, but it's like eons of time before it would ever even get back to where it could have even
Right,
started.
but do we, as each individual, do we experience the current cycle differently?
Yeah, so generally how it works is you have your birth chart, which is the freeze frame of the minute you're born. However, everything keeps moving after you're born. So what you can do is make what's called a bi-wheel chart. So it shows your birth chart in the middle, and then on the outer ring, it shows the current position of everything. So those are called transits, which means like as you go through your life, you're getting the things in the sky now are aligning and making geometric relationships to the position to where they were when you were born. So like, let's say you're born, Mercury at 15 degrees of Sagittarius. Let's just say when you were born, let's say that's where Mercury is. Well, let's say Saturn is still moving in the sky. So Saturn throughout your life will make angles to your Mercury, to where your Mercury was when you were born, as Saturn is moving through the sky today. So yes, like we have, and just so that's always happening for each individual, meaning we have our own, those are called like personal transits, like individual transits. But then we have the position of everything in the sky right now. That could be called like the world transits, meaning that so right now, like at this moment, right at this moment, we're all getting the world transits of the world, meaning up there, there's Mars, there's Mercury, etc. But so that's happening for everyone. However, the thing that's in the sky now is uniquely overlaid and is making geometric alignments to each individual person that are set within the larger system, as it were. So yes, the answer is yes. Everyone has their own unique expression of the moment, but then there's a certain universality to the moment in terms of the current positions of everything. But because we have our birth charts, it seems to inflect and take us through these cycles throughout our lives, as it were, as the transits are occurring.
Right. There's like an umbrella. There's of what currently there's like an umbrella that we're all under. However, it is different. Well, yeah, different than when we were born, and however, because like they contribute certain personalities to different signs and stuff like that. Like you seem pretty well versed on this, and so I'm just kind of picking your brain right now about, because I was told I was born on the cusp of some transit or something happened like when I was born, but yeah, I could tell you where I was born, and maybe you can tell me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you with the birth date, you can get all the the current snapshot of the sky, basically. Yeah, so you can see your all of your the positions of everything. I was gonna mention Snacks. You mentioned what's coming real quick. I just want to Snacks, are you still there?
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, so I mean, just to give you like a general sense of the main alignments that are coming after the next Jupiter, because this Jupiter Uranus, this next Jupiter Uranus is basically the main party for the next year. Like this thing will be cooking. So it's going to be quite a nice relief after the Saturn Pluto lockdown of the pandemic, and then this kind of interim period that we've been in right now. So yeah, there's going to be a launch pad this next year for sure. However that will express, there's going to be that heightened potential.
Yeah, like all this, AI and GPT shit.
Yeah,
could be.
probably going to be, well, there's the Uranus technology with the Jupiter, the expansion and growth of that. So yeah, dude, that probably could be maybe even a negative expression where there'll be like quote unquote tech breakthroughs within that or whatever, and then a further spreading of that like new technology thing. Yeah, it could come in. They could even roll out some kind of digital currency thing. Yeah, there's a lot of ways in which the
they're probably not too far away from like trying to model like the human brain in the method of, whatever the highest end sort of AI capabilities that they have right now for trying to lay that out computationally. But they're sort of nesting different processes and almost like to the physiology of the brain and trying to get it to work on like sort of like automatic triggering systems. I don't know, that's maybe something that they might break through sometime. It could happen in the next year, or maybe never.
Yeah. Well, I know that a lot of the quantum physics things, whether one agrees with them or doesn't, there's some very interesting correlations, because what you can do with this type of research, you can go back in history and actually see, okay, what was aligned here, what was aligned there. When you look at when like a lot of the breakthroughs in quantum physics happen, whatever one thinks of quantum physics, I don't think it's all legit. I think there is some deception in there, but I also do think there were some legitimate technologies that they did discover in terms of some of these things. What they're actually doing and what the model is for is another question. But anyways, it's a colleague of mine actually did a whole paper on it, a whole presentation and a paper on the Jupiter-Uranus alignments with quantum physics in particular. So it's pretty, and other technological breakthroughs as well, the Jupiter-Uranus. So there could be some definitely tech breakthroughs and tech changes in an accelerated fashion over the next year.
And then after the tech breakthroughs, are we going into some other conjunction after that?
Yeah. So it's not only tech breakthroughs, that's one expression of it, but yeah, there's a lot of different, but yeah, this Jupiter Uranus could have tech breakthroughs in addition to other things. But yeah, that's happening for the next year. And then after that, we're headed into a much longer Saturn Neptune cycle. Other Saturn Neptune periods are 2004 to 2008. That was actually, well, there was a couple other things going on too, the huge financial crisis then, but that just gives you one quick idea of one of the periods. And 1989, 1988, 89, 90, when the whole Berlin
that was
Wall
gonna
came down.
that was gonna be my other question, was
So it was
like
Bush
regression
2
or
and the Berlin
recession.
Wall.
There's like a
Bush 2
reverse.
is it like the beginning of Bush's second term?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, because Saturn Neptune is not always the easiest one, actually. There can be a lot of like disillusionment, like the death of the dream, kind of. There can be some kind of maudlin, kind of almost sad parts of it. There's a lot of different ways it comes through, but it can have positive expressions too. But we are going into a big conjunction. It's going to take quite some time. It's not quite as long as Uranus Neptune because Saturn moves quicker. But yeah, it's going to be several years period. I'll have to see exact, because depending on the retrograde cycle, they can fluctuate a bit in terms of how long they are. So I could get more exactly how long this one's going to be, but it's going to be many years. So that's the Saturn Neptune. But then Pluto is making what's called a sextile, which is a 60 degree. It's called a sextile. So Pluto is actually making a 60 degree sextile there, and then Uranus will be in it as well, which makes what's called a kite pattern. So there's a specific geometric relationship. So yeah, so like I was saying, it is fairly complicated going to all the factors, but in general, it's going to be a major Saturn-Neptune conjunction, but that's going to be in a sextile is generally seen as a harmonious alignment, and it generally is. So Pluto's influence there could help offset because Pluto does have this kind of transformative and regeneration quality to it. So to have that in a positive connection with the Saturn Neptune might it could have like a little bit more. See, the negative about Saturn Neptune is it can be almost like there's like a fatiguing quality to it. So to have basically Pluto's going to be there with it the whole time, but then Uranus will be. See, what happens is Uranus also makes a sextile to it, but from the other side. So basically, you have two sextiles, and then the Uranus and Pluto are connected by a trine. So it's kind of a unique. It's a bit of a unique alignment of the main thing is the Saturn Neptune, but then you've got this Uranus Pluto that is kind of hugging it and kind of bringing this harmonious alignment to it. And I think that could come through in a pretty cool way. Like Uranus Pluto is that 1960s energy. So, I mean, potentially we could go through this whole next year, which will be its own kind of, the Jupiter Uranus period of this kind of a little bit more this awakening, revolutionary breakthrough kind of expansion in a lot of different ways in those ways, and generally a more kind of buoyant time period in that way. And then headed into this, the Saturn Neptune. Hard for me to predict exactly how that will come through. I could only speculate in terms of potentials, but in terms of like the weather, as it were, the archetypal weather, it's going to be that Saturn-Neptune conjunction. That's going to be a long-lasting one. And then, like I said, Uranus and Pluto are making kind of this harmonious kind of quadruple alignment, basically. All four of them are going to be in that pattern.
When you talk about alignment, is this like a chart, or is this like or observable?
This is the actual geometric relationships between what they call the planets or the luminaries, meaning basically Mercury, Venus, Sun, the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. I'm doing them in the order that they try to claim, but they are in order of the way they move. It is in this order because Pluto's the slowest and all that. But anyways, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto.
Yeah, Pluto's the furthest out, so yeah, it would be the slowest, I guess.
So these are the actual alignments. So like, for example, when I say Jupiter, Uranus that we have right now, and it's going for the whole next year, if you were to walk outside and look at the sky and find where Jupiter is or where Uranus is, you'll see that they're virtually in the same part of the sky. Like if you were to pull up your phone app or like any of those like apps on your phone that you can point at the sky and it'll show you, like you'll see right now they're about 10 degrees away. So you'll see that they're right now, actually they're about 8.5 degrees. So yeah, if you were to pull out your app or do anything like that, you would, or if you just wanted to see it with a naked eye, you would see that, although you're not going to see Uranus with a naked eye, but you can see Jupiter. But if you really would need a telescope to see Uranus as well. And you'll see them in a conjunction, which means they're right in the same part of the sky, or they're a couple degrees away. So yeah, I'm talking about like the actual positions of them. Yeah.
Yeah. And then like when they talk about houses, so they're talking houses are constellations, or like the house of, is that part of the same conversation, or?
Yeah. So
isn't it? God, isn't it housing where it rises, or something to do with the rising of it, or something?
Above the horizon, or?
Yeah, Jeremy's actually, yeah. If anyone wants to change the topic, I am going to have to step away in a minute too, because I know I've been going in deep on this, but I mean, I love it, but I just don't, if other people want to talk about something else, that's cool too. But because there's so much, I mean, I could do a whole presentation on this, and I will do in the future when that time comes. But anyways, I just posted a chart real quick, and I don't have to go through it real deep or anything, but if, just to give a super general sense. So, okay, do you see that picture there?
I'm checking it. I'm looking for it right now. Yes.
That's just a random chart. That's the Great American Eclipse of 2017, but that's not really relevant. It's just a chart. So the very outer ring, just for the moment, ignore that. The very outer ring, because that has to do with where the houses lie. So actually just, but then see the second ring in. Do you see how there's like 12 sections there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are each 30 degrees. So there's 12 30 degrees, which makes up 360 degrees. So each of those sections is one of the zodiac signs, meaning one of the star constellations. So like, let's say Leo, for example. So if you were to look up in the sky, what we call Leo in terms of those stars and the way that, they're said to kind of be linked together and whatnot, but nonetheless, like that section of the sky, we can refer to as Leo in that sense. So there's 12 of those signs. So those are the fixed stars, so that's your like, Virgo, Libra, etc. So that's like the sections of the circle, basically the huge sections of the sky. So that's those. And then you have what they call the planets in their model. You have, the wandering stars, Mercury, Venus, the sun, the moon, etc. So that's the next ring in. You'll see those little symbols. They're actually called glyphs. So that next ring is those. So if you go to like the 9 o'clock position on that you see Mars there, the little red with the circle. So that's Mars. Then if you go clockwise upwards, you see Venus there, the little, you might be familiar with that symbol of Venus. Then if you keep going to the right, there's Uranus, et cetera, et cetera. I could go through them all. So those are all of those. And then it shows the degree and the minute of what degree and what sign they're in, because each of those signs is 30 degrees. So like Mars there, it says 20 degrees, 32 minutes of Leo. So that means that if you were to look up at the sky, you would see Leo, you would see Mars, and you would see it at about 20 degrees into Leo. So that's how that's laid out. And then the lines in the middle, all those red and blue lines, those are called the aspects. So those are the actual geometric relationships between the celestial objects, the planets, as it were. Those are the actual geometric, alignments of how they're actually aligned. So like on a planar, stationary Earth, this would literally just be the circle of the sky above us. So it would be like, it says just a circle. So like if something was 180 degrees opposite, it would be like above China while you're in the United States, or 180 degrees. You know what I mean? Like it's just literally in a circle around the whole plane, as it were, going around Polaris at the center. And the geometric relationships, if you were to imagine those, like put Polaris in the center of that chart, and then that's the actual geometric relationships of all of those things and how they're aligning. But they're all moving at different rates and they're all moving at different speeds. So it makes them continually make all these different geometric alignments to each other. And then to finish all that, the houses, and then see how it's broken up into those different like subsections. Those are the houses. And Jeremy was right. It starts at the rising sign. The rising is on the left at the 9 o'clock position, that black line. That's where right, if you were to look right where your horizon, where the celestial objects are rising. So in this chart, Mars would have been rising. So if you were to look at the horizon, you would see Mars rising right at that moment. And then the houses are calculated from that. And then you go actually counterclockwise with the houses. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the houses are a little bit arbitrary. They're based on certain calculations of sections of the sky. So there's actually many different house systems. Like there's one house system that just aligns with the signs, Virgo, Leo. There's one house system that aligns with that. There's Placidus, Koch. There's literally numerous different house systems. And they all do different calculations to arrive. So one could argue that it's a little bit of an arbitrary breaking up of the sections of the sky. But you can also just do equal houses and have them all just be equal as well. Like I said, lined with the signs and everything. But that's what the houses are. I would say the houses are like the least potent. Well, it's hard to say actually, but they are kind of like third in rank in a sense in terms of like the unless you use an equal house system, that's because then it's equal. But the ones that are like based on calculations, they're all a bit debatable, I suppose, because they're based on a little bit of a man-made calculation rather than just direct nature, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I was just noticing like a concentration of on the chart. Yeah, looks like a concentration on the when I'm gonna the 9 o'clock position. As opposed to
it's called a stellium when there's many of them that are all conjoining. And you have Mars, the north node. That's the Rahu and Ketu, the north node and south node. So Mars, that horseshoe looking one, that's the north node. The moon and the sun, since it's an eclipse, you have the right in the same position because they're eclipsing. Then you have Mercury there. And then if you go to the end, like you get 8 degrees, Virgo, 21 minutes. And that last thing says RX, that's retrograde. So that means that that one's in retrograde. If you see the little R, it's kind of an R with an X, you know, the line through the line of the R. It makes like kind of like looks like RX. That's retrograde. So Mercury was in retrograde during this eclipse. That little RX shows whether it's in retrograde or not. And in this case, Mercury was in retrograde. Then the S means that it's stationing, which is a little more complicated of a concept, but it basically means that it's in between retrograde. It's called, these things can either be in direct motion or retrograde motion. If they're in direct motion, then that's a kind of normal motion. If they're in retrograde, then that's retrograde motion. And then when they transition from direct to retrograde, they do what's called stationing. So that's what the S's are for. So any of those S's mean it's stationing. R's mean it's retrograde. And then if there's nothing there, it means it's just indirect motion, regular motion.
It is. This is kind of new to me. I like some people, like I've had some people talk to me about this stuff, but it just it does seem like it's like it is a science that there is correlation between and this is a way to explain or to chart but it's not like you're making up equations to make things fit in in the world that you live in. Like these are actually this seems to me this like legit, like true, like this is you can draw these lines between, like you're given an example of you're given an observation of the sky. You can see it, and this one's here. These are there. If you're tracking a wandering star and you give it this name, and you continue to track it and have the same name, you're not going to get it confused with another wandering star because you gave the other wandering stars a name, and you're tracking those also. And so this is like something that's been done for centuries. It's nothing new.
Yeah, I mean, this name that's currently used, astrology, which I don't think this is always what it's been called, but you have sort of astronomy and astrology. I don't like that because the word astro etymologically means outside of the atmosphere. And I don't think that doesn't really resonate. Obviously on the globe model, of course, they're trying to say, oh yeah, Mars is outside the atmosphere. It's way out there. So it comes from logic. So that part's cool. But yeah, astrology, like, this kind of the logic of things that are outside the atmosphere. I just don't quite resonate with that kind of wording. But
oh yeah, I hear you.
But I mean, the practice of looking at the sky and not only tracking the astronomical, meaning the actual physical positions, but also the cyclical meaning and how it correlates with nature, whether that's on our individual lives or collective events, all of that. Yeah, that's been a deep, deep part of human practice and study since the dawn of time. I mean, virtually every tradition we know of has like deep traditions within, the concept of astrology. Like there's the Vedics, they have their whole system. There's what we now call Western astrology, which is sort of its own, that has kind of come from a lot of these ancient systems. There's the Chinese astrology, Japanese, the Tibetan. I mean, it's just endless. Every Egyptian. I mean, every culture you could ever, has had traditions within these practices. But yeah, like for example, here's the thing about it. Like though, if some people might think that it's you just have to listen to someone explain it and believe them, but I don't see it that way. Like my thought on it is, like if no one told you anything about any of these archetypes or anything at all, you just literally knew nothing. They never even told you what the moon is or Mercury. This never even gave you any inkling of what these dynamic, if you want to call them forces, or these kind of realms of human experience. If no one told you how they're categorized, you could take a chart and study it very, very deeply, and also study your own transits, your own birth chart, and other people's. Even if you didn't call them what they call them, like you don't even have to call it Mercury or Venus. You could call them different things. But if you just track these wandering stars, as it were, if you were, kind of really able to study it deeply and over a long enough amount of time, you could actually figure out what the principles are without being told what they are by just how they're aligning. But that would definitely take quite a bit of skill and time and nuance to do. So what it seems to be the case is that the history of humanity has been doing this since the dawn of time, and basically kind of collectively understanding and sharing information, and then constantly, you know, reflecting and comparing, etc., you know, to others, and et cetera, to kind of cross validate that. Now, that doesn't mean
Yeah,
that
it would,
everything out there is good information, because there's definitely some quote unquote astrologers out there that are possibly giving poor explanations or just totally made up stuff, you know, like, oh, you're going to come into fortune next month. They're just making it up, you know? So yeah, there can be all kinds of made up stuff.
yeah, it would
Yeah.
take a critically thinking mind. You'd have to, like, somebody who can disseminate or take in the information in, like,
Well, I'm saying you could figure out what the principles are just by studying their alignments. You know, in theory, as it were, like one could do that. Although it would be a pretty advanced skill to be able to do, to just look at these things. Let's say you just called Mars red and you called Venus green, and that's okay. How does red align with green, etc. But to get a little bit of a shortcut, but also still be your own scientist, you can actually just, like, one if they choose to, one could learn just the basic, you know, a good description or a couple different good descriptions of these basic archetypes, you know, Mars, Venus, etc., and just get a basic kind of you know, reading on them, and then could go study their own chart and other people's charts and historical charts, etc., and actually see them directly. Now, even in that case, you're only kind of using other people's descriptions as a general kind of guidepost, and then you're still actually scientifically analyzing it yourself, like your actual direct experience, you know, your direct
yeah, you can use
ability,
direct
you know?
experience speaking. Like, you can use your own family. You know when your brother was born. You know when your sister was born. You know when your uncle was born, and you
Exactly.
you definitely know their personalities because you're family.
Oh yeah, dude. When I first looked at all my family's charts, oh, it was just revelatory, bro. I was like, it was awesome. I was just like, oh yeah, my mom is. Oh, that's so. Yeah, it was like, and then you can look at your what's called synastry, which is how your chart aligns with someone else's chart. So you can put them on what's called a bi-wheel. So you'd have, like, let's say one person's chart on the inner wheel, the other person's chart on the outer wheel, and you can see all of the aspects, all of the geometric relationships that people have with each other, and that is fascinating, dude. Like, I've done, it's amazing. You can be, you know, be like, oh yeah, like, you know, my sun is conjoining your Mars, or my Venus is conjoining your Neptune. It's super cool. And then to see how, like, these things that people have in common and their, like, the way that they connect is, like, directly connected to those archetypal expressions. It's absolutely fascinating. The creator seems to be putting such, like, synchronistic intention and insight and nuance to this whole system, to where it seems as though that the entire sky system is like an intricate synchronistic clock with down to
Yeah,
the very detail.
and I think to some degree that it is representing itself. That clock is representing our relationships with people. Like, you kind of wonder why you stay friends with some people, and and not other people, and kind of like there is, I mean, like, maybe the stars are projectors. They're projecting our lives down here, but that's another but you know what I mean? Like, there is some kind of representation of the sky down to where we are here, where it pertains to us and our relationships, kind of.
Yeah. I mean, I would say, like, in this lifetime, when I first started looking into it, I just kind of bought some books on astrology and began reading. And I did happen to get some decent books at the start. Like, I found, you know, I already had some good kind of recommendations from, you know, to get some good ones. Although those were not really the best ones, really. It took me time to find the real good stuff. Especially in our modern time. But yeah, I mean, when I began, like, I do have thoughts that I have worked with this in previous lifetimes. Like, I have direct experience with that. However, at the time in this lifetime, it was new to me, at least as new as it could be, you know, meaning it was kind of new information coming into my mind, even though it all resonated and it felt like I deeply already understood it on one level. But yeah, for me though, in this lifetime, like, I ultimately not only had to learn about it, but I then had to try to discern from all the information I was reading to the best of my ability. And then ultimately looking at my own chart and other people's charts and then historical time periods. And then also getting readings from other very skilled astrologers helped me tremendously. Like the first time I got a reading from a really good astrologer, like it absolutely blew my mind. Is like they literally ran me through like an entire blueprint of my life. Not the concrete events, but like the themes, the major cycles and themes throughout my life. It was absolutely incredible. It just blew my mind. And then that spurred me to like, okay, I got to really figure out how this system is working, because this is just beyond unbelievable that they were able to. I mean, in that case, what he was doing, he was just going through a lot of the most common expressions of those alignments to have in one's birth chart. Like I have a moon Neptune, for example. So like I'm a moon Neptune person, you know, and then just describing what moon Neptune is, you know, it just absolutely blew my mind, because it resonated like so profoundly deeply with me on those levels. So that was like a huge kickstart. And then I learned more and more about the moon Neptune. And then it wasn't like it just instantly kind of explained something of today. Like it actually showed me like the core kind of underlying patterns of my whole life and like these core parts of myself. So yeah, it was really kind of a personal revelation in that way, to understand how that sort of complex, if you want to call it that, like in the case of a moon Neptune, you know, how that has played out my whole life and how it's been like an integral part of my consciousness. And then understanding.
I mean, I don't want to. You don't have to be too detailed, but you like. You don't sound. To get to this point, I mean, like you can be told as a young man, you can be told as an old man, and probably if you're told as an old man, there's going to be more resonation. You're going to resonate more with what you're told because you have more history. If you're told as a young man, like, you know, some of these things, that may affect you differently. Or if you wait, or if you're told as an old man, then you're gonna like be like, yeah, this makes total sense. But I mean, I'm just kind of.
Yeah, well, so I mean, there's like two main lenses to look at it through. One of them is the birth chart. So like the birth chart is the freeze frame of the moment you were born. So like everybody has, it's also called a natal chart. Everybody has a birth chart or a natal chart, and that will be with you. So even a baby has a birth chart. And there is actually astrologers that work with people that are having a child, you know, so like they just have a baby and they may want to know what the chart is, and whether they analyze it themselves or whether they consult with someone to help them with that. And it's not able to predict exactly what the baby will be like, but it is giving like the alignments and the basic energetic sort of complexes and alignments that will be there. So it can give tremendous insight to the parents to have an understanding of the different patterns that their child
that
will be
makes
expressing.
sense. I think that would be helpful.
So, I mean, if you were, whether you learn about your birth chart when you're 20, 40 years old, 70, 80 years old, either way, like that has its own kind of component to it of one's own birth chart. But then, like I mentioned before, there's the transits, which means how the current luminaries are aligning to where they were when you were born. And so that's the kind of thing like, oh, okay, so from age 40 to 43, I had this transit. Oh, from age 25 to 27, I had that transit. So in that case, yeah, somebody that's like 80 years old that has never even been aware of this, and then all of a sudden looks at all their transits throughout their life, that would be, in that case, yeah, you have like the richest tapestry to view it from, because you have, 80 years of life to look at all those transits. Whereas if you're only like 25, you're only going to have a couple transits, a handful of major ones. But even those are meaningful. Like I said, I had a Pluto moon transit. Like it was like when I was like, age like 19 to 22, right in there. And that's also when I was learning about a lot of this as well. So I was going through one right then that was very, very prevalent. And, so.
Yeah. Dude, it's like if more people knew about this, like, or were able to utilize this information, you, you, the, the world might be a little different. People
Yeah,
might,
man.
might
Yeah,
even,
man. I
like,
mean,
like
they've suppressed it out of modern thought in such a profound way. I mean, they've relegated it to, horoscopes in the newspaper, kind of laugh at them, and then only the people that have really looked into it or gotten into it may or may not have found, the good information and good analysis and all that. So yeah, it's kind of it's been shunned away and from society in that ways. But yeah, I would say change. There's so many implications it has of understanding ourselves more effectively, understanding others, our interactions with others, and also collectively what transits we're going through. For example, during the whole lockdowns, like if from 2020 to 2023, of the Saturn Pluto, like if everyone was aware of the archetypes of Saturn Pluto, perhaps we could have collectively decided how we express that combination, instead of in the way that was just forced upon us.
Yeah, or how to deal with the situation. Yeah, how to deal with the situation that we're being presented with.
Yeah, and how to navigate it most effectively. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because it seems like
Yeah,
with the archetypes, like I'll just give one real quick with Saturn. Like a negative, I'll just say two examples. A negative expression of Saturn would be like depression, just total depression, just some kind of just being stuck and blocked, laziness, even it could be connected to that in that way. Whereas a positive expression of Saturn is like discipline, because it has to do with like structure. So having like a really good like practice routine or discipline. Now those are two sides of the complex. One of them is like kind of depression, limitation, blockage, but then the other expression of it is like discipline. Both of those have to do with structure, and both of those have to do with kind of locking something down in a way. So it's almost like could be said that like either Saturn locks you down if you're unaware of how to manage your own discipline and your own kind of structure of your life. Like you may be kind of affected by the expression of Saturn where it's like blocking you and you feel blocked or you feel, depressed in that way. Whereas a positive expression of it is, yeah, in this case that I'm describing is like, yeah, discipline, structure, etc. So for some people in their individual lives, like they found that if they are aware of what the archetype is, aware of a positive expression of it, that if they then just actively take the action in their life to harmonize it or balance it, that they can have like powerful transformation. So like, for example, maybe like implementing discipline, in a place in their life that previously was not there. So it's kind of like answering to the Saturn archetype in a way of a positive expression, which then seems to resolve or heal, the negative expression, which may have been felt by the person to kind of just be happening to them. Like that idea, like if you don't govern yourself, you'll be governed from the outside. It's kind of that concept.
Yeah, and that's what happened. That's pretty much what happened. Like people could have took like there are some people who did take advantage of the situation. And there are some people who are just who were impacted in a negative way. No, I totally understand what you're saying. That's like because people did change their lives, some for the better, some for the worse during that time.
Yeah, I felt like really like what should be the case, like we were talking before about this being integrated, like in like a encyclopedia, in my mind there should be the person's chart, so if it has some figure or some inventor or something, it should have their chart next to it, maybe even a little. I'm not talking about a horoscope, I'm talking about like their actual chart, because how like on Wikipedia it has like their birth date and even to the point like if this was integrated into society, how you have a clock on the wall. What if you had a chart on the wall? Like a clock that is a chart, so everyone would know, okay, it's Mercury retrograde. Yep, we're headed into Mercury retrograde. So everyone, like there's things with Mercury retrograde that if you're aware of, it's you can navigate it. Like there's specific things, because there's 3 Mercury retrograde cycles every year and they last for 3 weeks. And people, like some people that are not really aware of it can just get wrecked by it because they're basically doing an action that's completely against Mercury retrograde. And then it just comes back to bite them over and over. Whereas if you're aware of what Mercury retrograde is, like it's almost like having a cheat code. Like you can navigate it without the negative
Well,
things.
is there like a binary, or like maybe that's not the right word, but is there like a positive and negative to each cycle, or each you know what I mean? Like if you know about it, you can navigate it, right? But if you don't, then you're gonna fall into it. You know what I'm saying? Like, to each, there could be a negative and a positive for each cycle. So if you don't know about it, then yeah, you're gonna fall. But if you know about it, then
Right. Like here's an example of how this could play out for someone. Let's say they have a Jupiter Saturn alignment. So Jupiter is the principle of like growth and abundance and buoyancy and joviality, all those things. But one of the negative expressions of Jupiter is like overindulgence, excessive indulgence, because Jupiter is the principle of excess. Well, in this case, it's excessive indulgence. So that comes through in a negative way, like maybe drug binges or food eating disorder or something, whatever it may be, of like binging on food or binging on sex or whatever it may be, some addiction like that, where there's like an overindulgence. And then Saturn, like I mentioned before, is that principle of structure and discipline. Now, let's say that somebody has that complex in their chart, in their birth chart. Maybe, and just an example, maybe they have an issue of excessive indulgence, meaning they don't have discipline, they just lose it and they excessively indulge. And then that makes them depressed. So it would be like the negative depression of Saturn with the inability to have discipline, 2 negatives on Saturn. And then with the Jupiter, there would be the kind of excess or the overindulgence. And that complex can just be repeating, playing out for them. They do the indulgence, they get depressed. They do the overindulgence, they get depressed, back and forth. Now, if that person decided, hey, I'm going to be aware of my Jupiter Saturn. Now I know what Jupiter Saturn are. I see how they're in my birth chart. You know, maybe they have a conjunction or whatever the angle is. Okay, I see it there. I know it's one of my major issues, as it were. Now, if they were able to be aware of that and then somehow implement the discipline, then potentially that, and let's say they really worked hard to implement a new form of discipline as like literally like a response to Saturn, like almost like they're communicating like, okay, you know, the god of Saturn, as it were, you know, I will, you know, kind of learn your teachings and I will integrate this discipline into my life. Perhaps if they were to do that, then all of a sudden that complex, which previously was out of harmony and was causing them pain and suffering, now the discipline is in line. And then now they're not overindulging with Jupiter. And now the Jupiter principle can come through as happiness, buoyancy, joy, expansion, all of the other things instead of depression. And then the Saturn is really cooking with the discipline, and the depression of Saturn fades away. So it's like a perfect example of like, yeah, excessive indulgence, lack of discipline, you know, something like that would be causing that pattern. And then just by changing and harmonizing those 2 principles, then it's like they start to harmonize, and then, you know, maybe positive things happen in their life or whatever it may be, that they kind of integrated that part of themselves. So I kind of see it that these alignments are kind of always like activating and giving us these opportunities to somehow integrate parts of ourselves.
right. But in the end, it's still always a choice for the individual.
Well, it goes deep because I think trauma is very real, and traumas can happen to you that can be very challenging. And that's where I think some deeper therapeutic methods are needed, because if somebody has a really wicked addiction that is caused by some deep trauma, they may not be able to do that discipline themselves, like because there's actually trauma there. So that's where it goes deeper into actually, you know, in some cases, really healing the deeper underlying pattern. And that goes, I mean, but yeah, at the same time, I think everybody has the ability to change their patterns even without, like it's possible, I'm saying, to even do it without just to do it on their own. I guess it just depends on the person and what their, you know, what their journey may be. I mean, I'm just saying, I know people that have suffered deeply with certain traumas, and they're very aware of their astrological chart, and that has helped them a lot. but for them, like doing very, very deep experiential therapy is what helped them to get to the root of their like anxiety or depression or addiction or whatever it may be. So it doesn't mean that somebody couldn't just use their chart knowledge to transform their lives. Certainly there's infinite potentials for that, but I think there's some deeper layers for many that
Yeah, because I was gonna say if we know, yeah, if we know the different transits and we know, you know, we know this or we know that, um, how is it going to actually help us if we do know? Yeah, so that was a good point. That if you have deep trauma, then maybe you need something. You need a deeper probe into fixing that.
Yeah, and actually, this is part of like the graduate school that I went to, which I studied a lot of this. Is really what sparked like two of the main individuals that I went there to the school to take classes with, the professors, etc. Those they were okay. So, well, I'm trying not to go on a super long thing about it. Essentially, they were working with people who were having experiences with plant medicines like ayahuasca, mushrooms, peyote, LSD, etc. Those entheogenic substances, or often they call them psychedelics today. But also other techniques that did not even involve any substance, meaning like there's a breathwork technique that also actually activates the human psyche in a very similar way that the psychedelics do, but all you're using is breath. So there's that, and there's also other meditative practices as well. So they were basically what they were doing.
What about fasting? Does fasting fasting is on the same line?
Yep. Yeah, it can be.
Yep.
Yeah, can be. Yep. Fasting is another way to access it. And so they were looking at people's transits, their astrological charts and transits, for what transits they had when they had the experience. And that is very fascinating because it appears as though the chart and the transits seems to be like an ultimate blueprint for the energies of the experience during the time when they have the experience. Meaning like those complexes, those things within themselves seem to be very indicative or very expressive, of their experience. And so having awareness of one's chart and one's transits can be very helpful for navigating the experience itself and for integrating those different parts that are brought up. Because just like I was talking about that Jupiter Saturn type idea of the overindulgence and the discipline, that might be like a whole complex that person is struggling with in their life, and it's shown in their chart with the Jupiter Saturn. But if they then go do a mushroom ceremony or ayahuasca or something like that, and if that complex is something that needs to be healed, that complex might get brought to the surface, and then they might be experiencing different parts of it, whatever they need to work through involved in that. So it's almost like the Jupiter Saturn is going to be kind of intensified and brought to the surface for further integration. And if they're getting transits to that Jupiter Saturn complex, like they're getting some alignment during the experience, then it may be that Jupiter Saturn is the one that comes to the surface. So it can kind of give you the kind of like the landscape of the different processes, kind of like knowing the weather. Like you don't know the exact content, but the wind will be coming out of the east, which can help you to
maybe I might want to wait a little bit until I'm in the right so like, yeah, you're like in the right mindset, but it's just not the right mindset, it's the right environment. And then on top of that, you have this setting of alignments that are also going to put you in the to have the best experience, or you're going to have a bad experience depending on, you know what I mean? Like if I knew the alignments and the where this is or where that is, maybe boom. All right. I've been sitting on this this eighth of mushrooms for like a month now. I wasn't sure if I should take it, but you know what? Now I'm sure.
Yeah,
So I don't want to
exactly. I mean, yeah, some people might plan a session for a particular transit. Excuse me. They might plan a session for a particular transit, or, they might plan to get married on a particular day, particular transits, for example. There's a lot of ways that you could use it to plan events for the energies that will be present at that time. But yeah, for doing a session, like you could actually plan a session based on certain alignments, or just if you're going to go into a session and like, okay, I'm going to do one on Thursday or whatever, you could then just look at your transits and be aware of them, etc. And especially if someone's very aware with like their own process and their own journey with things, like just a quick example. Let's just say that they've dealt with depression in their life, and that is represented in Saturn in their chart. And then let's say Mars is making a opposition, which is 180 degrees. So let's say Mars is in an opposition to their Saturn, meaning the position of Saturn when they were born, which is called like the natal position of Saturn, the position of Saturn when they were born. Well, currently Mars in the sky today, let's say it's making 180 degrees alignment to that Saturn. Well, Mars tends to be very activating energy. It tends to give kind of an assertive, activating energy, like a very forward moving kind of initiative, instigating, all of that kind of energy to it. And so if someone were having that transit, now that transit would only last about 2 weeks. So it's not a super long one. It's not like years or anything. But if they were to do a session or some kind of deeper therapy or experiential therapy or whatever it may be, maybe they're, like you said, fasting or breath work, whatever method it may be, or mushrooms or something. And if they were to do it in that 2-week period, that they would know that Mars is aligning with their Saturn. And if they've already been dealing with depression, etc., they might be aware of, okay, since I know Saturn is that part of the depression part of me, etc., since Mars is a very activating energy and Mars is activating my Saturn, it's likely that the content of the experience or the navigating through their experience, as it were, to heal whatever that is, may come to the surface. And so to be aware of that, like, okay, this is what I might be working with, and the roots of my depression, for example, like, because Mars is activating it. And they could also even that could even help them in navigating it. Like they could, have their eyes closed and really, they could even set an intention like, okay, I really want to get to the root of my depression, let's say. And, Mars is activating my Saturn. So I know this is a time that Mars will be there as well to kind of activate it. And, they could actually have an intention of, I really want to get to the root of this, for example, and really go deep.
Yeah. So when you have like two different entities approaching each other as you're opening your mind up or experiencing these two entities in a way that can balance each other, is that kind of what you're saying? Like they can balance each other as you experience these two entities?
Well, yeah, I guess in that case, I was using it as the idea that if they have like a depression complex that's connected to Saturn in their birth chart, that if Mars was transiting it, then Mars would be activating their Saturn, because Mars has that like initiation, activating energy to it. So it's kind of like Mars tends to kind of set things off. It tends to activate things in the chart. And so in that case, there would be a potential for an activation of that complex. And if they are choosing, like they really want to get to the root of that within themselves, then yeah, they could set the intention and kind of be able to work with that content, or to kind of navigate within themselves in a way that is kind of, see, it's not that they couldn't explore that complex at other times, but in that case, it would be kind of utilizing the Mars transit as a kind of as an intentional way to activate that part of their psyche, to kind of fully face that, if that was there. It's just, I would just kind of came up with an example on the fly, like one way it could be used like that. I mean, the big one is breakthroughs. The Jupiter Uranus is classic for huge breakthroughs. People that do like powerful experiences like this during Jupiter Uranus periods often have huge, like revelatory, just huge transformations. And that's the world transit we're going through for the next year. So we're all getting that for the next year, which is cool. But somebody who has a personal transit of that, like just in the records of all of these documented of cases and everything, like it's incredible to see the statistical probability for a positive resolution and a breakthrough, because that's the principles of Jupiter and Uranus. Like Jupiter is expansion and success and breakthrough and all, or success, and then Uranus is the breakthrough, the revolution, the sudden unexpected breakthrough. So you have this breakthrough energy of Uranus with the kind of buoyancy and the success part of Jupiter. So it's just ultimate for that type of
Yeah. How
that type of-
much? How much? Like I know like throughout the years, different cultures and things like this. But in our times, how much of this is being documented and recorded or being utilized, like this kind of information? Is it still as much as it used to be, or like I know you kind of said like it's kind of being hidden away, or maybe it's being hidden away, but it sounds like you have been a part of like people who are studying this. Like you are in a group, or because a lot of people, they just shun away from it. Yeah, like you said, like this is a horoscope in a horoscope in a newspaper, and that's as far as it goes.
Right. Well, the specific using the astrological information for having like a spiritual experience, as it were, that is probably even a smaller subset, because it's a more unique form. But I mean, there's many practitioners out there utilizing this, and I would say it's one of the most ancient practices of all of humanity. I mean, I think people have been, taking plants and DMT and all kinds of different plants and having journeys and experiences, and then knowing the alignments of the heavens and the stars and the sky, and planning ceremonies. And so I think it's one of the deepest things. But I mean, in today's world, yeah, because of the kind of they've really kind of tried to eradicate the understanding that all of us actually have within us a natural propensity to have these experiences. It just, if you know the right tools to activate them, like everybody has it within them. It's like a natural thing that we all have. And so, yeah, they've tried to suppress that by keeping us, on social media, and they don't want us exploring our minds and knowing our potential. So that's been downplayed and suppressed majorly. And then the astrological has been too. Yeah, they try to call it a pseudoscience. They say it's all just, garbage and everything else. So with that two combined, yeah, there's quite a bit of suppression, almost like the shape of the earth, being ridiculed and stuff. There's a similar thing with this where, people, but even with that being said, there's a lot in today's world. There's a lot more of it. And I would say, I mean, there's been, thousands upon thousands of documentations of these things, but yeah, is it in the kind of mainstream? Maybe not quite as much, but I mean, actually in today's world, it has gotten quite a bit more. I mean, the graduate school I went to, it's a fully accredited grad school, meaning it's accredited by the same highest level accreditation that accredits like, UC Berkeley and all the major schools and stuff, in the etc. So, and I was able to study this essentially. Psychedelic therapy, or entheogenic, I prefer the word entheogen, but these therapeutic practices and the archetypal astrology, at that grad school. And that is, like I said, a fully accredited grad school, although it's still probably considered not quite as sort of mainstream as UC Berkeley or something, but it is accredited by the same, official in that sense. So, and then there's also Pacifica Institute, which is a whole institute that focuses on this work as well. And then the school I went to as well. And there's others, but yeah, it is, not fully known, as it were. Yeah. By kind of the mainstream, as it were, in terms of everything. And there's a lot more that, can be done in the future. That's for sure. But there's just so much suppression. When we talk about the shape of the earth and how much that's suppressed, this is majorly suppressed in like psychology, psychiatry. So yeah, there's a whole kind of campaign to keep it on the pharmaceutical drugs, and not on natural forms of healing and all of that. So it's not funded, there's not huge funding in it. So everyone who's doing it is kind of just documenting and, doing it best they can, in their own ways and so on. versus getting, grants of millions of dollars to do huge studies and stuff. Someday, but currently the suppression system has got it. Their PSYOP has worked.
Yeah, you see the new like army video. It's like a Go Army video, and it's like it's like all about like psychological warfare.
No, I haven't seen it. Although it's interesting, just connected to what we're talking about. I mean, they're actually, there's like PTSD studies trying to help people with PTSD. But what is the message in that you're talking about? Like, what's the theme of it? What are they pushing?
Oh, forgive me, I just heard a lull in the combo. It's like it's weird, man. It's like this video where they're like admitting that like it's like the battlefield has moved to like the information age. But it's just a pretty interesting video. So some people are freaked out by it. I don't know if I'm freaked out by it so much as almost even. It's just an interesting fucking video, man. Because it's like the whole world's a stage, fucking everything. It's interesting, really well made, just really really cool. Like it almost made me feel like it's just weird, man. I don't. You should see it first before we talk about it. Let me see if I can find it for you.
Well, I mean, overall, I don't know how you think, 'cause it's kind of a big generalization to make, but I would prefer it be that rather than, physical warfare on the ground, We could deal with things of the mind, so not trying to downplay it as if that it's good that that's happening, but I'm just saying like better than some huge war, World War III.
What if we're already in the middle of it? What if World War III is supposed to be the information war? I mean, we're kind of trained to think that war needs like bombs and missiles and shit, right? Like it's a war on information right now, right?
Well, what's your definition of war with that? Like purposeful deception, or like what? I know what you mean by that, but I just like if you unpack that more, what do you mean more on that?
I guess like a simple form of like a definition of like a personal of war would be two sides going against each other, causing each other harm, like wanting like with the intent of causing each other harm over a disagreement.
Yeah, or like harmful information. Yeah, that ends up leading people to let's say drink the juice, perhaps, as an example.
Yeah. I mean, like, dude, check out like okay, just as an example with like the whole thing that happened a couple years ago, right? Where everybody was walking around wearing masks and stuff. Dude, how many like neighbors were like turning in their neighbor? Like family members were turning in like turning on family members, dude. Because they were given wrong information.
Right. Well, that was I know, dude. It's like they got people to be soldiers, of their agenda. I know. We all saw it. It was absolutely insane. It was like the Gestapo was at the front of every grocery store. That actually fits. I was mentioning the Saturn Pluto that we had from 2020 to 2023. Totally fits that Saturn Pluto. Yeah, just that whole complex of like getting people to be, soldier, just really getting people to express those controlling narratives, and facing people against each other in that way. So yeah, that is pretty intense. Definitely fits that whole
Kind of exciting at the same time, though, right? Like, not to sound like crazy or anything, but like from a biblical sense, it's kind of exciting. That's all, because like shit's rolling, things are happening. I mean, hell, dude, it's down to even what is it? The Euphrates River dried up already. Like, what the hell? Like, it's straight up scripted already. It's getting interesting.
Yeah, and I don't know about you in your life, what you in terms of that whole couple year period, but just that it seemed to me that the overall vibe of it was that the people that were like enforcing all that control on their fellow humans were in the wrong. Now, maybe some of them still think they were in the right, but do you experience it that way too? It seems like overall they're all kind of guilty in a way, and they even feel a lot of them feel it like, yeah, that was a little too far, And then the fact that like, yeah, I know that the claim that people did pass away, and I actually do think there was bioweapons involved, so I think there was some real stuff happening, but overall, it was, now, if I say this, some people might be offended, but I was going to say it was like a nothing burger overall. Now, I know some people might think differently, and they had a family member pass away, and certainly that's understandable that they may feel that and so on. But I think overall, we're all fine, as on the high mass level. I think they even lied about the numbers too. That's a whole question. I mean, did less people die during that time than years before? That's a question too. Like, did we actually have less deaths? It's a whole huge question, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know about what you think, but yeah, I'm just saying, I think like the overall sentiment is that the people that were doing that, like denouncing their family members if they weren't getting the juice or whatever, it just seems to me like, and of course, it's only my own anecdotal experience, but it just seems like those individuals in a way kind of know that they really did push it too far. And the fact that all the mandates didn't go through too, it's like they're kind of just left being like, well, I guess I got the juice and you didn't, and we're both fine. So now what,
Dude, I was living in LA during that whole time, so I was in like one of the worst places to be during this, dude. They were so like, oh my god, it was horrible, man. And you're right, like, okay, so everybody became like a hall monitor, like.
Yeah, dude. I heard in LA, didn't they have like curfews? I remember at the peak of that, I remember hearing like, oh, they got curfews like 9 p.m. You can't leave your house and all that. Like that was all going on in LA, right?
Yeah. So like I never paid any attention to that. First off, because I could care less. Secondly, because technically, I guess my job was because I was doing a bunch of deliveries by then, right? And so it was considered an essential thing, which is weird, dude. That they straight up were telling people like pretty much like your job doesn't matter. Like we could go on without your job right now. Is kind of what they were telling people in LA when they were telling them that their job was non-essential. It was like, who are they to? What power do they have? Like, what God-given right do they have to even say anything like that? But LA was, and dude, it wasn't even like the authorities, bro. It was the normal people that was policing everybody. Like, there would be people getting harassed as they're walking through the store, man, by other people, not even by the employees. Like, because like I said, I was doing deliveries, right? I was driving for Instacart at the time, and you're supposed to be wearing a mask in the store. I don't wear a mask, dude. So I would just have it like in the cart. Nobody from the store would bother me, but I'd get like 7 people that were just shopping going like, why don't you have a mask on? Like, pretty much like, why aren't you doing what we're doing? Because we're doing what we're told. Like, get the hell out of here, some people try to get people. Do people in LA are a different breed, man. They get violent over the stupidest stuff.
I hear you, man. No, I know. I had some of that too. Well, I never had any like major run-ins or anything, but I remember like the first time when they started doing the required mask things, and of course I didn't have a mask, and I needed to go to the grocery store, and I just like pulled my jacket up like over my nose, you know, and so I kind of just pulled it up over my nose, and it usually worked. Like I could get in, and the guy was like, "All right," but this one time he was like, "No, you know that's not good enough. You need an actual mask." And I was like, "No, I've come in here before. Like I just pull it up around my nose." And I ended up like getting in and it was fine, but I kind of had to almost just walk past him, you know, like it could have been a bigger thing. He kind of just let me go, but I was being a bit rebellious, you know. I was like, no, I'm good, you know. I was just kind of trying to, you know, just kind of get in the door. But he did like he kind of like raised his voice a little bit. Anyways, it wasn't like a major thing, but it definitely, yeah, I just remember it made me feel like, whoa, this is, you know, just a worker from the store that normally would just be like chilling at the store that I would just probably say hi to or whatever. All of a sudden now is like the Gestapo at the entryway. I know that's a very minor story because I know people have said there were. I mean, I've saw videos and things of what was going on of just major like throwdowns and stuff that were going on. So yeah, it's great. It was a crazy time.
What's even worse is okay. So got into an accident like a week ago. So I've been riding the bus for the last week, which blows. But get a chance to get out and like see some people, right? I got on the bus the other day, and the bus driver had a freaking mask on, bro. Like, still, like, and there's people on the bus with a mask on. Like, that's so horrible for everybody. Like, it's just, I we're in a movie, dude. Like, you couldn't write like a Hollywood script as good as what we're living right now. You know, like. Sorry, I keep pausing. I'm eating dinner while I'm chatting. So I heard you guys talking earlier about Elon Musk changing the symbol of like Twitter, right, to that weird X that if you mirror it, it makes the square and compass. And I'm not sure if
Yeah,
it was
yeah. Issa mentioned that. Yeah,
that was saying that he's supposed to be like reclaiming it or whatever. I don't know, man. I call bullshit on that because dude's you see where he wore that freaking dragon outfit that one time with the what's it called like Lucifer's champion or Satan's champion or something like that is like the actual name of the thing that he was wearing.
yeah, dude. Their cults and their secret society networks. Yeah, they use these symbols, and they whether he even is in their thing or not. I'm sure he's obviously. I mean, they say he's the richest man in the world or whatever. So he's obviously somewhere in there. Whether he's like a direct family member or he's just kind of a little bit of a pawn in their system. I kind of tend to think a little more of the latter. It doesn't really seem like he don't knows too much ultimately, but he knows there's some group that he's answering to. I'm sure of that.
Well, I know the stuff I've seen about his mom is kind of weird, and the stuff with his is it his ex-wife now? She was like some kind of performer or singer or something like that. I forget her name, but she had some like whole like blood ritual thing that she was messing around with one time. That she took a bunch of pictures of. So when I was driving Uber, way back when, um, I used to record the conversations, right? Because I talked to him about like conspiracy stuff and what was going on, shape of the earth, all that, right? I was talking to a SpaceX employee, and then all of a sudden, Elon Musk's family driver got a hold of me, and he goes, "Hey, I need to talk to you." And he was just telling me about like the whole dynamics of their family and shit. Like, dude, their family is like, I don't know. And this is only according to him, dude, but their family is really, really out there.
Yeah, yeah, I don't doubt it. Elon Musk always comes off to me as a very sort of inauthentic in his kind of overall. It always just seems to me like he's like scanning his mind of what the script is that he has to kind of say. He has a very kind of actor vibe to me. He doesn't really seem to like embody what he's saying. Although he's kind of good at tricking people into making it seem like he is, but
Dude, he totally reminds me of Le Chiffre from Casino Royale. He looks like a James Bond villain.
Right. Yeah, totally. It's true. He does. Yeah. Well, his kind of character, in a sense, is kind of modeled off that. Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, that's all right. Gavin Newsom is a governor, and he looks like Christian Bale in American Psycho, dude. So it's hard not to believe that these people aren't actors because they look like actors. But now I'm starting to sound like Pete Shit. Sorry. So, do you think that one dude's going to be back in here tonight trying to argue the laws, Newton's laws, again for the third night in a row?
Who are you talking about?
What's his name? Kojo or something like that? I don't know, bro. I'm here.
Yeah. Kosho, he might be pretty extended on that topic, but I'm sure he's still got some more to say on it. Yeah. Well, we'll see. I don't know. He tends to be very, from what I've noticed with Kosho, he'll be very active for like several days in a row, and then he'll kind of just won't be around for like maybe 2 days, maybe 3, and then he'll be back. He does different. So yeah, I haven't. I don't know if I've heard him today or not, but
So this morning, right? I was talking to dude, who's like I'm so sorry, I'm asking who everybody is, but I only hear voices right now. Like I don't even see the names pop up. The Canadian guy. With the real mellow voice.
I see Montreal.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was talking to that dude earlier today, and because they were talking about like stuff going on in like the 1600s, right? And it triggered something in my memory that I haven't heard anybody really talk about, because I've heard you guys talk about like the speed of light and stuff, right? And like light traveling and everything. Dude, do you remember when they calculated the speed of light?
I got to step away from my mic for a bit because so I saw Dyslo just jumped in. I don't know if he wants to. He would definitely be knowledgeable on that. I'd like to hear a convo on that. I'll be listening, but I do need to step away from my mic. But I saw Dyslo just jumped in. He was asking about the speed of light, like when they claim that they. Is that what you're saying? When did they discover it?
Yeah, if anybody remembers when they did that, or when they claimed they did it. Because dude, that's all the way back in the 1600s, man.
Yeah, that's what they claim, which is interesting how it's connected to the Newton's time period too. But yeah, 1676, they try to claim it.
Well, and they used Jupiter to do it. That's even worse. Like it wasn't actually a test. It was
a calculation, based on celestial objects.
So once again, right, unscientific proofs.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think about the history of this, like right around Newton's time, and they're like, oh yeah, this guy, like watching Jupiter's moon. And then of course later, Maxwell, and then Einstein. I mean, Maxwell was actually onto something in terms of studying the actual electromagnetic wave properties of, and then they took it all over with Einstein from there.
Yeah, the theory of marrying your relatives. I mean, relativity.
Relative city is city of relatives.
Well, dude, he married his cousin, didn't he? So, like, the dude that gave you the theory of relativity married a relative. Dude, that's a hell of a joke right there. Come on.
Yeah, that's funny. It's a funny correlation. I mean, like if they actually did that, that is kind of. I mean, are you saying they did that part on purpose though, or I never really thought about whether they did that on purpose. Planned that, you're saying, to have him have this weird thing with relatives and then also call it relativity.
I just thought it was funny. I don't know, dude, because I don't want to say coincidence, because coincidence isn't really a kosher word for me anymore. So I don't know. It's a hell of a synchronicity, I guess. I don't know. Or it could totally be scripted. Who knows?
Well, I think Einstein's whole character is very scripted. Yeah, so I wouldn't doubt it. His whole thing seems to be he's like a seems like an actor as well. When I say that, I don't quite mean in the an actual actor. I just mean that. Well, yeah, he's basically playing a role, and was given scripts to read. Watching Einstein like give lectures. I mean, I know people try to say, "Oh, well, there's the language barrier," but he doesn't even have any confidence. You know, when someone says something, whether you're seeing them speak live or whether they're only hear their voice, like on a radio show or something like that, or a podcast, whatever it may be, or whether you're seeing a video of them or whether they're in person. You know, when someone really has like gusto, you know, to their like what they're saying, kind of like an
Yeah, they have
ability.
confidence behind. They have like confidence behind it, right? Like,
Yeah. You can just sense the experience and the wisdom and the knowledge and the history of what that individual has in their field. It's like, did Einstein have that? I mean, they're trying to say he's the most brilliant man in the world and all that. And when he speaks, he kind of just looks like a lost, you know, he just looks confused and lost. He almost looks like his life is at threat. Like he's kind of scared. He keeps glancing down at his thing. You know, I mean, I'm not saying he was like literally at threat right there, but I mean, if he was in some way a pawn for their narrative, then yeah, I mean, he would have known that if he messed up, the consequences could be dire. So who knows? I mean, what kind of threats they might have to try to keep someone in line. You know, the idea of having like a handler, like if he had a handler, however that works. So it's kind of pretty intense to think about that. And just looking at him when he's speaking like that, that's more the vibe I get, is that he kind of seems a little lost, confused. He's just reading this stuff like very matter of fact. There's no energy behind it. It's pretty, almost reminds me a little bit the way the astronauts look when they came back from the moon. You know, just that slight similarity, kind of just that like kind of lost dog, kind of depressed, weird kind of gaze. Not very like inspirational and impressive of somebody that just accomplished some great feat. In the case, the men landing on the moon are supposed to be the first men to ever do that. And then Einstein's supposed to be, they're supposed to say he's like this, you know, most intelligent man that ever lived. It just seems the shoe doesn't fit.
definitely doesn't fit what they're trying to push, right? That's for damn sure.
Yep. I would agree. There's a mismatching socks that guy has, it seems like. Something's not quite linking up there. But they push his ideas as if he's absolutely the what do they say? They try to say standing on the shoulders of
Dude, it's like he's their mathematical messiah, right? Like, because without his theory of relativity, their model would have fallen apart a long time ago.
right. That just extended it. Exactly. Got a little more life out of it, even though it's still just headed for a brick wall.
So, do you ever think this argument's going to be over, dude? I don't think so.
Well, I think cosmology in general is a very deep and fascinating topic because it's like the nature of the world, the nature of this realm, earth, world, whatever words one would want to use. You could even use universe, even though they try to say their universe is their light years, but if you just use it as like this realm, even if you don't think it's light years in a vacuum, it could still be called a universe in theory, or you know, in practice, you could call it that. Although, yeah, but yeah, I mean, I guess cosmology comes from cosmos, So comes from that word. So yeah, which I like using that word, like the cosmos in that sense. But yeah, I think that will always continue being intrigued and discovering more about this realm. But I think when it comes to the shape, yeah, I do think there'll be a conclusive result in terms of the shape. Like in our lifetimes. And ultimate that not being a globe, but having the planar foundational geometry. So once that's established, there's really no going back. So from there, it just can't, there's no globe, no more globe. Like if we had physical, tangible demonstrations and measurements of the surface and of water that is like easily observable by any human could come and visit these sites and see it themselves, which I do think is what will happen in the future. So once that occurs, and there's several of them all over the world, the lack of curvature will at that point just be, that'll be it. And I do think that truth will supersede all of the belief and all of the commitment to the deception. There might be a huge transition for sure, but I think it will be undeniable, as it were, and be able to be conclusive to the point to where, like from that point forward, like humanity will move, has no other way to move forward other than with that information, which therefore means the globe is completely gone at that point, or at least gone as a belief. Well, people could still believe in it, I guess, if they really wanted, but I think it's going to happen pretty quickly across the earth when it does happen.
Just like a mass awakening or something. Once everybody realizes that the math is off on their end.
Yeah. Well, like imagine like an actual physical place that you could go, almost like a national park kind of a thing, where you could go and actually see the measurement. Like you could walk along it, you could take photos, you could, etc. That's what kind of people have been talking about if they could get into LIGO, because LIGO is supposed to be this perfectly straight line, and they claim it's perfectly straight, it's deviating from the curvature. So that's kind of been a lot of the talks in these discussions, like, hey, can we get a day at LIGO, to play around and put our tools up to and stuff? Because something like that has the potential to be definitive. Now, obviously, we can't get up there to play with LIGO and to measure it and jump around their properties. So the best we have is the claims that they make and the drawings and the, blueprints and stuff. So, but if there was something like that that could be visited by anyone and validated, then let's say like some kind of someone who is a scientist, as it were, in whatever field. Now, some might just totally not even be willing to look at it. They might just be too resistant, just that they just won't even refuse to even go look. But there will be ones who will go look because they're intellectually honest enough to actually see it. And once enough of those within the kind of, all these like mainstream fields, as it were, of science, from these different fields, once the ones that are actually, open-minded enough and actually are real scientists, as it were, that actually want to look at evidence, even though their belief might still be strong in a globe, there will be ones that will be willing to look at it. And at the point at which that happens, I don't think that the paradigm of the globe will even be able to continue. Meaning, I think it will end quickly. Like maybe this thing's gone on for.
Sorry, kind of like a 100th monkey effect or something like that, right? Like, isn't that a thing? Like, right? Or am I missing out on? Am I missing something on that?
Yeah, it's
Isn't
almost
that
like
a thing?
yeah. That is a thing too. Yep. I mean, that's the butterfly effect, but yeah, the 100th monkey effect, where everything shifts. Well, that's actually like Thomas Kuhn wrote a book on revolutions, the structure of revolutions, the structure of scientific revolutions. Thomas Kuhn is a famous book. He's a famous author. He's he looks at previous scientific revolutionary periods. I won't go on a whole long thing on it, although it's very interesting, his work. But the quick thing I was going to say about it is that he lists them in these phases. So like, I think he calls it like normal science is when things are just normal. Like, yep, this might, in terms of the globe, this might be like 1974. You know what I mean? Like everyone's just like globe, like we just went to the moon. Most people are believing it. There's the globe. Like, that would be considered like the normal science phase of the current one we're in, where pretty much everyone's just like globe to the max, and that's it. And then he calls the next phase, I forget the exact name of it, but it's like a tumultuous phase where there's new information coming in that doesn't match with the current paradigm. So there's kind of this state of tension, where this new information is not matching with the current paradigm, and there's all of that kind of phase. And then he describes it that then there's like the peak of it, the shifting phase, where there's certain information that just cannot be further denied. It is definitive to a point at which very quickly the paradigm shifts, almost like snapping your fingers, just boom, snap, it shifts. And all the people that were in the previous paradigm, they end up just adapting to the new one, and just the new one is now the paradigm. So he describes it like the tumultuous phase is when the new evidence is actually facing, the current paradigm that doesn't fit with it. That part is the long period. The short one is when the bubble pops. And once that bubble pops, it's almost like they did it with the Copernican revolution. They got everyone to believe that the Copernican revolution was a real thing. I don't think it is, because I don't think they really discovered the Earth's a globe, but they got that point to but it took them a long time. Anyways, but I think even with the truth being revealed, it's even quicker, or can be even quicker, to where once that evidence is just too overwhelming to be resisted any further, then they just, it's like said that they just like almost like instantly integrate it and then move forward from there into a new phase of normal science, until the next shift. So with the shape of the Earth, you could almost say we were probably in that up until 2015, roughly. And then in 2015, now we've been beginning the entire state of, hey, there's all this evidence that doesn't match a globe. And, we're 7-8 years into it. And then, another 7 or 8 years from now, this could be peaking to the point to where the actual shift will occur. Because, a lie will not last forever. So I think lies always crumble. And I do think this one's coming. This globe one is on its way out. Like, I don't think they're going to keep the globe for hundreds of years or thousands of years in terms of people believing it. Like, I think it's got an expiration date. I would even say within the next decade.
Do you think the aliens are going to set them straight?
Well, yeah, that's a whole crazy. Yeah, we talked a lot about the different possibilities with that. But dude, it's been awesome talking. I'll be back in a bit, but I said before, I got to step away from my mic for a few. But dude, cheers, bro. It's awesome talking. We'll pick it up next time. And yeah, I'll be listening as well, man. But yeah, we could talk more about that another time, though, because I've got a lot of thoughts on that too. Because yeah, exactly. How are they going to link these aliens into the whole thing? It's pretty wild to think about. Yeah, like what possibilities they could do. So.
Yep. All right, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Yep, for sure, bro. Yeah, cheers. Oh, dude, before I step away, though, I just had another this is kind of, in terms of the alien thing, I'll just say this real quick, bro. Like, what if, it's just another wild speculation of a possibility, but what if they tell us, this is going to be wild, okay? What if they come out and tell us that the aliens are already here and they're the ones that lied about the globe and outer space? So the idea here is that, okay, the aliens are already here. They've actually been here for quite some time, and they're the ones that have pushed this whole globe thing, and then they could claim that they're getting rid of the aliens to save the rest of us. I don't know, dude. We've talked about so many trippy possibilities. That one popped in my head. That'd be wild.
Dude, that reminds me of freaking Jim Carrey. It wasn't me. It was the one-armed man.
Totally. This wasn't us, guys. Well, see, the thing is, they could do a power shift that way. I've always thought that in general. Like, they could try to throw it under the bus, you know? They could throw NASA under the bus, but then who's going to come to rescue us? You know what I mean? So if it's just them and another format, you know, then it would just be the same thing. So
Nah, we're gonna have to think that through more later, dude.
yeah, there's so many wild ways that it could play out like that. We talked about another one where like they could say that the aliens are like hacking our, you know, internet. So like our banks are not safe and our bank accounts, our passwords, all of our apps, you know, oh, the aliens are intersecting or whatever. So they have to like lock down the internet, and then they're going to make a new internet in which you have to, you know,
Oh, and they're gonna have new currency where they're gonna have to bioscan your eye like they've already started, dude. Because that's the only way it can be so secure, right? Like,
yeah, that would be a way to use the aliens to bring in like a whole internet, basically, like a new electronic structure of things. Yeah. Yep. I mean, whether they use aliens or not, they could do it even without aliens. But yeah, there is one idea of that we were talking about. You know, that like, however they would do it, but if they were to say, "Oh, there's aliens here," and they're able to just like, that would be pretty frightening for people if they were like, "Dude, your thing could get hacked at any time." And then if they start doing it to people, like if they purposefully do it, it's just a whole wild like possible narrative. You know what I mean? I'm just speculating. Obviously, it's almost like a movie script, like writing a movie script. It's just possible what they could do. But the way that they during the pandemic, they got everyone to be afraid of the air and afraid of each other. Well, what if they even have it where this other threat is like hacking your bank account, and oh, somebody loses $10,000, another person loses $100,000. I mean, you know, that'd be terrible if that happened. So like, I would hope that would not happen. But I'm just saying, it's like a crazy kind of plot idea, and then they could make it so that it really does seem like it's insecure, and then tell everyone, all right, we're going to switch to a new currency, you know, and then we got to switch to this new network, you know, and you know how far they would take that, whether it's social credit score, you have to get jabs, who knows how far they would take that. But then they could potentially link everything into like your driver's license, your passport, your home, like the title for your home, title for your car, like all of these documents could then all be digitalized. And then that could all be to protect from the alien invasion or whatever of the, you know, of them hacking our internets or whatever. That is a crazy possibility. Yeah. I mean, that if they did that, and, but yeah, it's just another possible kind of idea.
hell yeah, and that's scary to even think about, though. But once again, I think it gets exciting because that's pushing more towards like a one world system, and we all know where that leads.
Yeah, I mean, like, what are the, you know, the other one is that, like, okay, the aliens could come starting war. Okay, they're just dropping bombs, lasers, you know, all out warfare. Now, I don't think we're going to go into some huge World War III thing. That's just my intuition. I don't think that's what we're headed for. Although I'm sure there will be pockets where that's happening, because it kind of always is. There already has been. The directed energy weapons, they've already been doing it. The fires and all this stuff. So there will be some destruction, but I don't think it's going to be like worldwide. At least that's how I see it in terms of this current transition we're in. Not a thing where they're just going to like destroy entire cities or anything. Although they're going to be transforming, I think, these cities into these concentrated zones.
The 15-minute cities, you mean?
I was going to say that that word smart city, even though they're really not smart cities, they're really like dumb cities. Then I was thinking, what if, like, you know, dumb, like deep underground military base, that actually fits it better. Dumb cities, because I'm sure under those cities, they're going to have huge military base stuff to control the whole city. So that would actually probably fit better. A dumb city, deep underground military base, which is basically and the city will just be what's at the top of that. Yeah, it does seem like they want to try to focus in on that type of structure, even to the points where like you might have to have like credits to get into the city. Now, if they changed everyone over to a new system, a new digital system, then that would fit, that you'd have to have credits through that system to even get into the city. And that's where they'll really be controlling people even more. I think that is their plan, which kind of be good for those of us that want to just live off the land and be happy. It's actually going to be better for us. So they're going to have less control over us, and it's going to get easier on us, which is what's going to be awesome. But you have to have a way to make money and have money. That's the real kicker to it, because in order to, because I still think we're going to need some kind of currency, like, in that way. But I think there's other possibilities too for like other cryptos to come in and give us actually a good system as well that we can have abundance on. So if they focus more on their cities, I'm just saying, I think even though those will be like darker, more focused, like whatever they're going to be doing there is going to be painful for the humans that are there, unfortunately. However, if they're going to be less focused on the rest of the lands, then those of us that just want to chill and live out on the land and not be in those things, perhaps we'll have even more freedoms. That's a positive outlook
Dude,
on it.
I wonder if it's going to push those people to actually, so instead of having like a different whole monetary system, push us back to the whole barter system. Because, dude, that's all under the table. Like, that's not, you're not making an income, but you're getting what you need done. Like, dude, if you can work on refrigerators and stuff, and then your neighbor can freaking work on cars, right? So you fix his refrigerator, he fixes your car. Like, there's no change of money, there's no change of anything, but you both got done what you need to get done, and it technically didn't cost either of you anything.
Yeah, I just thought of an idea. Now, some people might think that this is this kind of last thing I'm going to say, because I do need to step away. But I was just going to say, like, I know some people might not like that idea of a basic universal income. However, if we view it in another way, what if, like, okay, for what money is today, for about the money we're at, what if everyone on Earth got $75,000 a year? So that's like, I think we would agree, well, it depends on where you live and what your cost of living are and all that, but make it 100,000, whatever 50, 75, 100, whatever, because everyone's different with their families and where they live and their areas and stuff. But if it was enough, just for this example, make it 100 grand. I think we would all agree, everyone, you know what I mean? That would be enough for everyone to live, essentially. So if there, just imagine like the idea of like some cryptocurrency or some blockchain that is not run by the government. And the way it works is that everybody just gets, let's just say that it's worth $1, so I can use those numbers. It would be like, the idea would be like, if you have a wallet on that chain, on that blockchain, you just get like 100,000 units a year, and just everybody does, or make it 50 or 75, whatever the number would be. And that would be enough for everyone to be clothed and housed and fed. Now you might think, okay, well then how does the rest of the world, like, because then what, no one would work and all that. But I don't think that would be the case, because you could also make it to where you could do services for people, so we could still, like you said, barter. And if you were to give some of your units to that person when they help you, and then people give you their units when you help them, then it's like we all have enough money to just be fine. Like if we really want to just sit at home all day, we can. But I don't think most people will do that. I think people actually do want to help others. And I think just naturally they do, especially if we give people like healthy food and medicines and everything they need to like be an actual healthy, happy human, they actually will want to help. They'll want to help others. And if everyone was getting like a set amount that allowed you to live and be fine, but people are going to want to make more, so they can get whatever, like maybe they want a jet ski or a nice car, or whatever it may be. And then there's people that still want to make jet skis and still want to make nice cars, because those are cool things to have. So I just think like they can be fun and all that. So I just think that we would still make things that are useful, and there could still be potentially a way that people are exchanging. I mean, ideally, I think we don't need money at all. That would be the ultimate. But if we have money, now I know some people would think that, some universal basic income that they're trying to control, and they could use that in a negative way, the universal basic income. They could use that to control humanity, that whole idea. But I'm also just throwing out like another structure that if the blockchain that was running that one I'm talking about just did that, and everybody got like that basic amount that they need to have, clothing and a house, and then anyone who wants to make more can do so and go out in the world and do that. So people could still become a millionaire or whatever, and if they want to. But if they don't want to, then they could still just live a normal life and just have food and a home and all of that. Now I know it's a big question, how would that work with the balance of everything? But I think there's a lot more abundance that's being hidden from us, rather than, having a limited of resources when it comes to how we could work together. Because like the trillions that are being kept from us right now in their system can all be used for, like, if that's released, then that gives everybody more abundance. The trillions that's being kept from us would liberate humanity and allow us all to be happy and no one to be poor anymore. But we still would have commerce and all the things that we have. We would just improve upon it.
Yeah, do you find it interesting that humans are the only species on the planet that feels like we need to pay to live on the planet? Or not planet, you know what I mean. Plane, whatever, same difference. Yeah, no, we're the only ones that feel like we need to live, like pay to live here on Earth. Like nothing else does. They literally make shelter. We're the only ones that decided that we need to force each other to pay for the shelter that you're in. And then we make fun of the people that just straight up like build a hut out of like dirt. And I'm not saying like the people in this room or anything like that, but I'm just saying like the average like American would laugh at somebody that they saw on a video building a house out of dirt and be like, why would you do that? You know? Because it's shelter. Like, gets you out of the elements. That's the main goal. And it didn't cost you a damn dime, just a little bit of your time.
Yeah, I mean, if we eliminated all of the extraneous things in the world and if we had all of the trillions of dollars that's being stolen from, because every time they print money, the inflation gets higher. But the reason the inflation gets higher is because essentially the money that they're printing is like for themselves. And as they're just putting in like printed money into the environment, it just dilutes the dollar for everyone else. So it's crazy. Yeah, they're just literally feasting off us through the inflation. So I'm just saying, in my mind, if that were to shift, like if there was really a shift in power to where those guys don't have that level of control, and if whatever trillions that they're using to inflate like that, if that was like kind of recaptured or brought back to the people, I'm not talking about like taking anyone else's funds. I'm just talking about the entities in power that are doing all of this printing of the money like this through the Federal Reserve. If that process is stopped, it's sort of like stopping a leak in the boat. So once the leak is stopped, there would be a huge process of the ship righting itself. And the good part about that, I think, is that there's tremendous abundant resources that they're keeping from us now, unfortunately. So it's kind of making life worse for us while they're doing this, although it's building a certain kind of tension, I guess, in the world. And it's kind of the larger cycles of creation that we're in right now. But I see it that if that were to shift, then all those trillions that are being used for that, whatever those resources represent for the rest of us, will essentially come back to the people. Maybe not every dollar, who knows how that would work out, but I think that influx of abundance, if it plays out this way, I don't think they want it to play out this way. So yeah, it's kind of something that would have to happen against what they want to happen, because they surely want more control and the whole unifying everything into one controlled system, of course, that is all trackable and where they could turn you off at any time and all that potentially. So yeah, there's a huge system they want to build, but if they don't get that, which I don't think they're going to, then all that wealth from that 1% will essentially, in a way, equal itself out with the rest of the 99. And when you hear those stats, like what do they say? Like the top 1% of the world owns, has 99% of all the resources, or whatever those stats are. Like they're the ones that have the majority of it. And so if that was like able to be distributed through the rest of humanity, then that would give tremendous people a huge amount of relief that unfortunately is not happening now. So I think that's really why I think the truth is so important, because it's the truth, I think, that will activate that process, not, like wars or violence or anything like that. I think it's the truth is actually what will do that. And so I think and the amount of benefit that could bring to people is so massive that it makes even more so the process of truth in today's world, in my viewpoint, even that much more poignant and essential and key and significant.
I remember it saying a while ago that something about like the truth will set you free, right? If I remember that correctly.
That's the one. Yep, exactly. I think that's what's going to happen, bro. The truth will set us free from, okay, like the idea that whoever these controllers are, it seems like they've been at it for what, like 150 years, doing this whole deal. I mean, they took over all the interferometry stuff happening in the late 1800s with Einstein and the world wars and stuff. Anyway, so give it 150 years at the most. I know people want to say thousands for the globe, but in terms of when they've really been pushing this current version of it, the way they have. But anyway, so yeah, like if we're in that process that we've been in for a good, 100, 150 years, and if there's a tremendous amount of deceptions that's built into it, then once those deceptions are revealed to be deceptions and the truth is known and the truth is more integrated, then, like you were saying, the truth sets us free. Like the truth from these deceptions, like they did the deception to control us, and it's worked pretty well for quite a while. Like I said, at least 100, 150 years. Really, once they got control over the Federal Reserve after they sunk the Titanic, that's really when it kicked into gear fully. But it was already
Or the Olympic.
But I think they were already doing stuff in the 1800s as well.
Well, so with the Titanic thing, right? You ever looked at the theory that it could be the Olympic, which was actually damaged and it was a whole insurance scam? All they did was change the name on the back.
Yeah, it was definitely the Olympic they sunk. Yeah, I've got all the comparison photos. Yep, absolutely.
What blew me away when I found that out, dude, is the fact that, and also when I talk to anybody, dude, nobody even knows that the Olympic ever existed. They only know that the Titanic was like the largest ship ever built. Like they didn't know that it had a twin. Why were we taught that it was the largest ship and it wasn't the largest two ships ever built? Unless they're trying to hide something, right? Like,
oh, there's three. So J.P. Morgan actually financed the building of three ships. Here, I'll post an image here. This is all three of them. So it's the Titanic, the Olympic, and the Britannic. The Titanic and the Olympic were, like you said, almost mirror builds, but the Britannic one was actually smaller. So, and that one sunk too, actually. So yeah, like basically J.P. Morgan was the financier for the shipyard that built all three ships: the Olympic, the Titanic, and the Britannic. The Titanic and the Olympic were, like you said, just about mirrors of each other, although the windows are different. There's a couple things that are different, which is why I said I have all the comparison photos. And then if those photos of the ship at the bottom of the sea are real, then yeah, the windows fit the Olympic. The one that's at the bottom of the ocean fits the windows of the Olympic, not the original Titanic. So if that's a real photo of what's at the bottom of the ocean, then yeah, that one matches the Olympic. Like you can actually compare the windows. It's pretty awesome. So yeah, it looks. It seems as though they switched them and then sunk the older ship, like you said. So it was actually the Olympic that sunk, and the Titanic was not sunk in that event. And then there's the Britannic. the Britannic, which is smaller than those, and then that one, has its own.
So but even if they actually did sink the actual Titanic, right? Okay, why doesn't anybody know about the Olympic or the Britannic, right? Like, why don't we know about the other two ships? The one that was straight up, like you said, like a mirror, okay, and the other one that was like little smaller than the others. Like, why weren't we ever taught about those? And where is that now?
Right. I would definitely agree with you that they didn't really have that in the mainstream narrative. That's for sure. You had to kind of dig for it to find that.
Yeah, I'd like to know what the Titanic is doing now. Where is the one that didn't sink that was floating? Where is that shit hiding? Is that on is it docked at fucking Devon Island or what?
They say it sank in 1934. The Olympic. So if this was the original Titanic, then perhaps that was the Titanic that sunk.
And I would like to know the story behind that as well, because we all believe the first story, right? So let's hear the second one when it was supposed to really sink, right?
Well, actually,
what it hit this time.
Well, I'm reading here, and actually, what it says is that so they say this is the Olympic. So this is the one that, if they switched it, then this would be the actual Titanic. So what they say is that in 1934, the Olympic struck and sank a Nantucket lightship, a boat that was positioned to mark the shoals near Cape Cod, Massachusetts. 7 of the 11 crewmen aboard the lightship were killed, and the Olympic was later blamed for the accident. In April 1935, the Olympic was retired from service. It was later sold for scrapping, and many of the fixtures and fittings were bought and put on display by various establishments, notably the White Swan Hotel in Alnwick, Northumberland, England. So if this was the original Titanic, and if that story is true, then basically the Titanic didn't sink in 1912 and actually got in an accident in 1934, and then they claim that they just ripped it apart after that.
So I'm trying to look up how big a light boat is, because I want to compare that to what the Olympic was. Because, dude, if it was as big as they say that it was, it would have taken a big ass boat to put a hole in it enough to sink it, right?
That one shows the windows. The one that's at the bottom of the ocean is the Olympic windows. Yeah, no, I think they planted explosives on it and sunk it purposefully.
I mean, they already cashed out on it, right? Why not? And to say that it hit a fishing boat, or not a fishing boat, but a light boat, right? So now it's an accident. So now they can claim the insurance again and cash out again before they sell it for scrap and cash out on part of it. Dude, they were making money hand over fist with all this. They were changing rules of things, right? How much of the change of monetary power changed after that happened, right? Also, I just saw something where, not that long ago, where it was saying that nobody died on the Titanic, that they all survived. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. All right, I'm gonna have to find that article and I'll post it in the chat for you guys, because that kind of threw me for a loop on that one.
mean, obviously I wasn't there, but from everything I've looked into with it, I do think they really did sink. There was like James Jacob Astor, several other very wealthy men were on it that were the ones that were opposing the Federal Reserve. And once they died on the sinking, they were able to establish the Federal Reserve the next year, a year later. So, and then after that, it's just kind of been game over because then right after that, they started World War I, and then they brought in Einstein in the 1920s. And then they did the Great Depression from 1929 to 1933. And then they did World War II. And then right out of that, you got NASA, the United Nations, Antarctic Treaty, and then, of course, the moon landing and the whole history of it all. So, yeah, it was the sinking of the Titanic that allowed them to get control over the Federal Reserve, which then allowed them to roll out world wars and complete takeovers of humans in terms of what they've done at that point. So I do think it really did sink, and I think that it was a real event, and I do think that people
Oh
died.
no, you're right, dude. Apparently, it was a misprint from 1912 of a newspaper article by the Vancouver Daily Province that declared the Titanic sinking, but probably no lives lost. And that was the day after it sank. Like,
Well, okay, so JP Morgan was going to be on that voyage, but he canceled his trip the morning of. And like I said, JP Morgan was the one that financed the building of him as well. So he literally canceled his trip the morning of the Titanic that sunk. Now, and then there's the whole thing that there weren't enough lifeboats. Well, if they purposely didn't have enough lifeboats on it, if you have a big ship like that, and it's out at sea, you don't have enough lifeboats and it actually is sinking, what are you going to do? I mean, they have their rules of women and children, and virtually all of the adult men would be the ones that would be dying, more than the women and children, although certainly some women and children would probably die too. And if that story is true, and if that's kind of how they did it, I mean, who knows? Because we've seen, it's in movies and all this stuff. So who knows how much what really went down? But it would be a way to, if it, in terms of it being a real event, that if you have too few lifeboats and you're going to have it policed basically to make it so that women and children only, you're going to have police on the ship that have to follow orders, women and children, So if that's the case, then that's why the story we're told, if you were one of the more wealthy class or whatever, you had to try to jump on and that's why it's in the movie or whatever. The guy tries to do that and all that. He's throwing women and children out of the way so he can get on the boat or whatever. So there's that whole story of it all. But my point is that if there were these men on it that were some of the other wealthiest men in the world that were the ones opposing the Federal Reserve, as the narrative we're told, it would make a lot of sense. And the documentation does show that those individuals were on it, and so on. So,
dude, with JP Morgan not getting on the boat in the morning, that totally rings of the 9/11 thing where
I know, totally.
So they seriously have been using the same tactics for 100 years, dude.
You ever heard the idea that it broke in two? Now, was that a natural? Because that's the whole story of it, right? Oh, it started sinking and then it got up at an angle and then cracked. I don't know about you, man, but the physics has never made sense to me. If you have a big ship like that, I don't see why it would just crack in the middle. That thing is so solid. And I know they're going to claim that, but it's sort of did jet fuel burn the steel beams? It's sort of did this Titanic really break in two? I mean, you imagine all of everything that would be connecting that for it to actually break in two is pretty, anyways. And the idea that it's in two pieces, which is the Twin Towers. So they could have planted explosives.
Ooh.
So they could have planted explosives to purposefully break it in two. Yeah.
That's wild. I was just thinking right now, what about a submarine firing an old school 1912 underwater missile? And then I was and then for a second I was they didn't have submarine, but they did, dude. Did you know that they had? Okay, so the first submarine was wood, bro.
That's intense, bro. Nice, man. Well, I want to listen. I don't know if Carlos or someone else that's on the panel wants to jump in, because I'd like to keep listening, but I do need to jump away from my mic. But yeah, that's an interesting point, dude. Yeah, no, there's so many layers and levels to all this. It
Yeah,
is a
first
lot.
submarine, 1864.
Well, we'll just say this last thing, and it will for sure be the last thing we'll say on this topic. But I saw this little YouTube short video recently, and it was basically, now it was not talking about a conspiracy for the Titanic. It was just talking about an apparent story of these two brothers who survived. Like, they got broken up during the sinking, but then they ended up both surviving, and they worked in the crew all the way on the lower level, and they claimed that they heard an explosion, like a series of explosions. And like I said, that's not even like information where they're trying to claim it was a conspiracy. It's just like it's just a report of these, claim of these men that they actually heard explosives. And if that's because the bulkheads all had to be blown in order for that ship to sink. The whole point of that Titanic, the build of it, is that it had these bulkheads, meaning if it ran into something, all the water would be able to be closed off and it would just stay in that area and it would not sink the ship. So something had to break multiple bulkheads. Now, they try to claim that the iceberg did it, that it's just ripped through, but really doesn't make sense. I mean, a boat like that's built like that, it can kind of go up on the side of an iceberg. You know what I mean? That's what they're designed for. Like, it can kind of bump into an iceberg, and if it starts hitting it, it kind of rolls a little bit. I'm not saying it couldn't scrape up the paint or whatever, but it's not meant for that just to rip through like that, let alone that many bulkheads. So that story never really resonated with me, of the whole Titanic sinking, even when I was a child. That part never made sense to me in that sense. Now, it's interesting, this report of these guys that claim that they were explosives, but that would make a lot more sense to me in terms of why it actually sank physically, is because it would have had explosives on those bulkheads that would have pop, 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 and that would have been it. Because at that point, yeah.
That rings even more like 9/11, man, where people talking about hearing bombs go out, like on the different floors.
Yeah. Totally. I know, dude. Good point. I know. Rip, rip, rip. Exactly. Explosives, man. Yep. No doubt.
They really don't have any new tricks, do they? Right? Like,
the only other idea, if it was done purposefully, that I've had is like a submarine, maybe shot like a torpedo at it. But that's kind of messy, because maybe the torpedo wouldn't have hit, and then it would have kind of been obvious that there was like a torpedo floating around, stuff like this. So yeah, even though like they probably could make one in today's day that exploded pretty perfectly or whatever, but back then, plus they would have had to be out there to do it. So yeah, it seems like planted explosives, although that would still have to be done in a fairly clandestine way. Like, you would have to build it into the walls or something. You know what I mean? You can't just wire up explosives, because the workers are all going to see it and be like, why is this place wired for explosives? So if you were going to do it, and JP Morgan was the one that financed the building of it, if you were going to really do this and be pretty sneaky about it, you would have to potentially maybe even implant the explosives into the walls, into the bulkheads, like designed where the explosives are planted in the actual bulkheads themselves. And then it would have to be wired in some way. Now, you could probably have like a couple maintenance guys on the ship that you have hired who will like make sure the wiring's right and stuff. So there could be a little bit like maybe some panels that you can take off, and then you could connect the wires. So I would imagine they would have some of their guys, like if it's already built, wired in for the explosives, what I'm saying, then all they would have to do is have a couple guys on it that would kind of be able to sneak around and just make sure that it's kind of good to go. And then they would detonate it as well. They would flip the switch or whatever. And then, in theory, if those were kind of, special people, then maybe they would get on the lifeboat or whatever. They would have a pass or some kind of something that they would be able to be saved or whatever. Or it could be a kamikaze mission and they're not gonna make it. But either way, I would imagine that they would be kind of able to survive it, to do the deed or whatever. But yeah, that would be. I mean, it's a big conspiracy, though, to actually plan that. I mean, I'm using the word conspiracy in this case because it really is, like, to conspire to actually sink a ship. That's a lot. That does fit the definition of a conspiracy. One or more individuals partnering up to cause some kind of crime. That's quite a expression of it there.
It's like an Ocean's 11 kind of a deal, right? Like so many things had to go off and go right all at once for it to go through.
I just posted a little explanation. I'll since we're talking about this, I'll read this one paragraph and then I'm gonna mute for a little bit. All right, this says the sinking of the Titanic led to the creation of the U.S. Federal Reserve. The novel Futility, an 1898 creation of Morgan Robertson. So that's a book called Futility that was written and published in 1898. Detailed the sinking of an unsinkable ship, the largest vessel afloat. This imaginary ship, named Titan, collided with an iceberg during April, resulting in a high loss of life because the ship carried too few lifeboats. 14 years later, with uncanny similarities, the real ship Titanic recreated what happened in the novel. The two ships had almost identical names. Both ships were designated unsinkable. Both were touted as the largest ships at sea. Both collided with icebergs in April. Both resulted in many deaths due to a shortage of lifeboats. Plus, both had strikingly similar floor plans and technical descriptions. Benjamin Guggenheim, Isidor Straus, the head of Macy's department stores, and John Jacob Astor, probably the wealthiest men in the world, were all killed when it sank. Those three men were the main opposition to the creation of the U.S. Federal Reserve. By April 1912, all opposition to the Federal Reserve was eliminated. In December of 1913, the Federal Reserve came into being in the United States and ended up being essentially the central bank for the entire world in terms of the way the system is today. The world banks. So yeah, man, I mean, that's like, and then JP Morgan behind it all. Oof. It's a lot. That's a lot of connections there.
Isn't Conspiracy World fun?
Because I mean, they needed, like, imagine, like, okay, there were several of these really wealthy men in the world at the time, but these guys that wanted to create the Federal Reserve, they wanted to print the money. They wanted to take over the gold standard and be the ones that printed the money. So what they needed to do was essentially to get rid of anyone who was opposing the establishment of the Federal Reserve. Because once they get that established, you know, the kind of quote unquote trust, as it were, for everyone to trust them to print all the money. And so if there was this opposition of these other wealthy men, then yeah, I mean, if the Titanic was purposefully sunk, and then those men died, then it was only a year later that they established the Federal Reserve. Once they had that, that was kind of game over, because they rolled out World War I right after that, which was a huge shift in the banking systems and in the whole world. The whole economic systems was completely shifted during World War I. It was a massive restructuring of things. And then they brought in Einstein, and like I said, in the 1920s, and then the Great Depression, 1929 to 1933, that was a huge financial reset. And then right into World War II. And then out of World War II, they had this new system of control, which they then rolled out NASA, the United Nations, the Antarctic Treaty, the Education Act that they rolled out as well. All of those different components. And then into the 60s with the moon landing. And so, yeah, that's quite a process of undertaking, that it seemed like they got that position, you know, to basically create a world war so they could get more control. Because if they didn't have the control over the banks, and you remember hearing that they were saying that during World War I, like all the banks were still, and in World War II, the banks were all still exchanging and they were all functioning as normal, even though their countries were at war. So yeah, it just shows that like the one thing that was stable through that was the big major banks. So it shows right there that they're all colluding.
They were still making their money.
And once they print the money, then yeah, they're able to take over countries and take over entire governments. And so they've slowly been doing that, you know, throughout all this time. So yeah, it did seem like that. The Titanic and then the Federal Reserve seems to be kind of the main start of this takeover. I mean, I think they were probably doing some shenanigans in the 1800s too, but that seems to me to be like when it really initiated in terms of what they were able to. It's like being the banker in Monopoly. You know, you can just you have all the money. You know, you just literally have all the money. You can just, if you're going to cheat or whatever, if you're the banker, you can just grab stacks of hundreds. So basically, that's what they've been doing. They've made it so that they have unlimited money. Meaning the guys who are actually running the Federal Reserve, they just have bank accounts that have infinite zeros in them. Meaning they could just buy anything. You could, you know, buy, You buy 100 jets if you want. You know, it's just literally unlimited money. So for them to have unlimited money, even though they're not really giving us any value, for them to be able to do that, they have to be able to print it and have control over it. And once they had that, then they were able to print as much money as they needed for themselves to then take over governments and take over, you know, all the major corporations. I mean, how do you think they got all that money? You know, they're not like that savvy a businessman. That just happens to be that they created, you know, Walmart and stuff like that. All comes from this this group. I think, you know, that essentially is inflating the dollar by using their, you know, using tons of money they're printing for themselves to just create entire, you know, the military, the NASA, all these different things that just have huge amounts of money in order for them to kind of have that leg up or whatever. And yeah, it does seem like they've kind of had that, but the larger question is, when is that coming to an end, and what will happen when that does come to an end for them? Because I don't think they're going to be able to keep the charade going forever.
Nope, I think you're right. But yeah, peace out, man. Talk to you later.
Yeah, bro. That's good. That's some good good topics we ran through.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for letting us all freaking hang out here, bro. Cool place. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Cheers. I've always felt like I'm kind of like a just sort of a conduit for this platform to be here, rather than I never really I've never felt like it's my thing or anything like that. It's really just for everyone ultimately. And and as I'm able to just kind of help maintain it and kind of tend the garden in a sense. And but yeah, I feel really fortunate that we're all able to connect. It's pretty awesome from all around the world and be able to discuss a lot of these topics, because I think a lot of us don't really have people in our some people anyways, you know, don't necessarily have well, I mean, obviously people have people in real life that can discuss topics, but there's certainly some that say that really they don't have anyone in their kind of life to be able to even discuss a lot of these topics, especially like, I think just truth in today's world is such a deep topic, and there's so many truths that I think are hidden from the mainstream in those ways. So yeah, I feel very fortunate to be able to connect with everyone from all around the world and be able to kind of keep the process of just research and discernment and sharing of information. I feel like I learned so much from listening to others, so it's incredibly valuable. Saves me even so much more time and research that I just get these like downloads of other people's work, and then, you know, different ideas upon it, and then I'm able to like look deeper into it as well, research it on my own. So it's a lot of just a lot of creative and a lot of rich content that everyone brings. It's quite a blessing.